As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one red crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Ratty hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people
of Jamaica. Just want to say thank you again for embracing me. And in closing, I will say this. I love you. I see you. My heart breaks for you. The deepest place in my heart. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. And I am committed to doing whatever it takes to help. Along with Reach Out Worldwide, along with Mona Scott Young, along with all of the other resources that we're going to continue to work through and navigate through with the intentions of showing up to do the best that we can. We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica, but we're going to align ourselves with the right political figures and the right people to make sure that all of our efforts actually reach the people.
And any government minister who becomes a millionaire after being to a government office is a thief.
That's true. That's very true.
There's no millionaire who becomes a millionaire through government salaries. I make that statement loud and clear. So this whole concept of democracy is a facade, the entertainment for the poor, to think that by voting a president into power, they've actually put a man in control. We need people like Trory, who wakes up in the morning and says, I need 3,000 trucks of road equipment on the road by tomorrow. And 3 kilometers from Ghana into Burkina Faso, they are there by tomorrow. I need a hospital there. I need an aeroplane manufacturing industry there. I need and you need to give a president power, the one who can decide, not the one who can steal, the one who can decide and make a change. We look at our countries. Look at Kenya, almost 50 years of independence.
60.
Look
63 actually.
Look at Ghana, 63. Look at Zimbabwe, 40 something. And the roads that the colonialists built, we're even battling to repair them with potholes and etc. And you wonder, for the past 45 years, what are we doing? Here's the Minister of Roads, here's the Minister of Public Works, but they simply can't get things done. So what do you need? You need a leader.
Let me move now to what I think is the most critical aspect of the presentation and the most critical aspect of any chance of quick restoration for the country to come back to some level of normalcy and for the relief and rebuild efforts to really get underway. And that is the issue of electricity. I deliberately left this for the last. As we know, the JPS service license expires and the license request requires that the government indicates its intention by July 2025. To call the government's position was upon expiration of the current All Island license not to renew under existing terms. It's important to point out and remind Jamaica that failure for the government to have responded would have given the JPS an automatic tenure extension to the existing license of 10 years. So understand what that means in English. If the government did not respond with a position by July 2025, automatically a 10-year extension. So you'd be talking about a license that was given in 2001, renewed in 2016, which expire in 2027, to go from 2027 to 2037 under the same existing conditions. I am not going back. Today is Melissa Day. September 3rd gone. So we're not going to talk about how we got there. We're going to talk about how we're going to fix it. So understand now that Melissa hit, and when Melissa hit, there's a need for restoration. The restoration requires money. The Emergency Disaster Fund, which is what you would call the self-insurance for the distribution and transmission line of the JPS, which is not insured because it's uninsurable, is what we have used for Beryl and for Melissa and for all the other events that we have had in recent years. So, as of right now, that fund, based on the claims that have been made already, to prepare for Melissa, has been exhausted. So it means that the JPS has 2 years on a license and they have to raise money to restore. Several iterations, several proposals. One, JPS wants a 15-year extension. And they get 15-year extension, they will do what they need to do to find the money. The other one is that multilaterals are prepared to give them money, but they want at least 8 to 10 years extension. Where does that put us? That put us in two situations. One, a commitment that was made by this minister and this government in June of this year that any new license would be on new terms. A commitment that was made, a commitment that will stand, and no Melissa, no Trelisa, no Belinda is going to change that. So the government is now in a position now, what do we do? Because we need restoration. JPS is saying that the earliest restoration time that they can give us for the worst affected areas is April to May 2026. Can you imagine when you tell a minister that? And on top of which, They want an extended license. That is going to mean that we are in the same situation. Well, Madam Speaker, my colleagues here, many hours, many discussions. Cabinet, not once. Cabinet, not twice. Cabinet 3 times, including yesterday morning. And the decision, thanks to the help and the input of the Ministry of Finance, specifically Minister Williams, and the Financial Secretary, and of course, the new Minister of Efficiency, we were able to work out yesterday and get approved by Cabinet an agreement to fast-track the restoration to end of January, latest early February. Don't clap yet. Don't clap yet. On the basis that the government of Jamaica is not prepared to negotiate any extension of any license other than the process that is going to take us from now until 2027 when this existing license expires. But based on the fact that we need restoration as a country in the shortest possible time, the government of Jamaica has agreed to loan the JPS 150 million United States dollars on the basis that they will use that money, which is estimated at $75 million a month, to restore the entire grid, save and except for any special area that may not be reachable, but the major areas by the end of January, latest early February. What are the terms to make sure that the government and the taxpayers are fully protected? 5 years with an interest rate to be negotiated by the Ministry of Finance, which I'm sure will be a reasonable interest rate, because the higher the interest rate is the more it's going to pass on to the consumer. And we are cognizant of that. However, they can pay as early as 2 years. Why? Because 2 years the license expire. They'll either have a renewed license or they won't have a license. If they have a license, they can attract financing. And if they don't have a license, the government has already indicated to them, based on our July 2025 letter, that we are prepared to acquire the assets of the Jamaica Public Service, which means that our money is protected fully. So there is no risk to the Jamaican government or the taxpayers. What we have done is skillfully separated a negotiation of a loan and untied from all of these proposals of extensions. I want to point out to you very carefully, any negotiation that involved the license or amendment of license would retard the period of time when we need to get the money. We need to get the money to them or give them a commitment by tomorrow morning after we announce this today, because the cabinet decision is out. And they have committed that they will have 300 linesmen. They now have 170, all in white truck. And big thick man, you see. That's 170. But those 170 are trying to get back the biggest areas of production for the government, Montego Bay. So all the other areas in my friends and colleagues' hard-hit parishes are not getting the attention that they would get. And it's not because of anything other than what has to happen in order to get the country up and running. Can you imagine, members, in 2 weeks' time, 300 more linesmen with equipment, same trucks you see and same everything you see, having 500 linesmen additional to what JPS has as their normal crew, spread across Jamaica. The commitment that I'm making to you here, that JPS has committed to me, that they can have those trucks and men here by the second week of December, and that by Christmas morning, Grand Market night, they are committing, especially in the hardest hit areas, to bring back light at the most strategic locations where those that are still affected can come down into and do all that they need to do, even if it is that they don't have light 5 miles up in the hill. But I'm here to say that it is the best win-win situation that a government could negotiate. Because if we are to wait until April or May, which could be in June, depending on what happens, then I don't know what would happen. I can't say what would happen because it wouldn't be pretty. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, is that originally the estimates for the damage, early assessments, as JPS had said, was between $480 and $600 million. As the assessments have continued in more detail, we are down to $350 million, which is a huge difference between the original estimate and what the estimate is. So the question that's going to come is, what happens with the balance of money that's going to be needed? We were not prepared to go into that discussion. They have to come back to us because they have put a hold on dividends from July indefinitely until this matter of normalcy is resolved. So we are not going into it and giving money. Just we are making sure that we have our protection mechanisms to make sure we will have oversight in terms of technical people to evaluate those numbers, to put a program in place of the restoration, monitor it, to make sure that what has been given to us as a plan is carried out. So I say to you, Madam Speaker, as of today, November 25th, approximately 75%, 687,339 households and businesses have been reconnected to the JPS grid in less than 4 weeks. Less than 4.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the context of your presentation in relation to the JPS situation is that the license expires, I think it's July 2027. Notice has been given, triggering the consequences of license termination. Jamaica has roughly 20% of the equity in JPS. The funding gap, based on the recently done work to do the restoration of the grid, including substations, transmission, posts, etc., distribution lines, is around $350 million US. Our 20%, if you're looking at it as a shareholder, our 20% would be 70 million. But we are actually taking the risk of lending an unsecured loan to JPS of 150 million, which is twice the proportion of the equity that we hold in the business. So unsecured, you don't have any collateral to seize. You're relying on a mechanism to get it back, which I'm going to speak to in a second. So my question to you is, first of all, the other 200 million, which is currently not funded, but which is necessary to achieve the timelines that you have indicated for restoration, what is the assurance that that 200 million will be raised on a timely basis so as to enable the necessary expenditures to be made by JPS to hit the targets, which are presumably fairly aggressive targets given the extent of the damage to the grid and so on? What level of confidence do you have that that 200 million will be raised by them? And what is the time frame that it has to be raised by for that target to be met? I'd like to know the time frame for that. Secondly, would we be disbursing our 150 before that 200 million is in place? Are we going to take the risk of lending that money to JPS, funded out of the consolidated fund you've said? I was going to ask you how it's going to be funded. That's roughly the same amount as the cat bond drawdown, we're told. This 150, which Jamaica has been seeing as being critical to the housing, shelter, the school fixing up, the health centers and hospitals, etc. JPS is now going to get the benefit of that money. I want to know whether we're going to take that risk and disburse those funds to JPS until the damage fund is fully funded. As it stands now, all you've told us is you've left it up to them and they're to come back to you. That, I think, is a risk we're not prepared to take as a country. I want to know which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan. So is it DBJ? You know, which entity is going to be the lender of record? Because part of what you've said is a mechanism that assures repayment, you've said, is that if at the end of July 2027, there is no renewal of the license because you can't agree terms, and you're acquiring the assets of JPS, you're saying that 150 would be a set-off, essentially. That's what I read you to be saying, that you would recover the 150, it would go in reduction of what you would have to pay them to acquire the assets. So for set-off requires mutuality, meaning that the person who owes you is the same person you owe. So I want to know which entity within the government is going to carry that loan to the JPS. You said the interest rate is not yet settled, and the Ministry of Finance is going to deal with that hopefully tomorrow. I'm hoping that we will get a report on what that is, because this is coming out of the nation's available liquidity, and when there are a whole lot of needs to be met. So I think it's necessary for us to do what is necessary to get JPS up and running as quickly as possible. But I think we have to do it very prudently and sensibly so that we don't unnecessarily expose taxpayers to loss. So I would like your assurance, Minister, that that 200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Marubeni and East West Power, South Korean government-owned large utility. Or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put our 150 in. That's the last question I have, because I'm asking questions, is in all of this that we're discussing now, to get things back up and running as quickly as possible, which is the main imperative we're all aligned around. We've also had talk over the last year or so since Beryl about building resilience into our distribution and transmission systems for electricity. And there's been talk about putting wiring underground, and that the cost of that is very high, and in fact the CEO of JPS has said it'd be prohibitive. But what I want to know is what practical steps are being taken to build resilience into the grid now for those sections which have to be rebuilt. And is that a consideration at all? And if it is, what are the things that you intend to do to make sure that the grid is more resilient to withstand weather events, maybe not as drastic as Melissa, but weather events that we know sooner or later, hopefully much later, we're going to have to endure again. So that's my third question. So I'll summarize. One is the timeline for JPS to fund the 200 million gap, and whether you would ensure that that funding is in place before you expose our $150 million. Which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan, the $150 million loan that will be made to JPS, and what, if anything, is being done to build greater resilience into the grid in those areas where the grid is being substantially rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me indicate very clearly for all of Jamaica to hear the meeting that we had yesterday morning, where the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary was there. We ironed out a way forward, realizing the seriousness and the time-sensitive nature
Mic, no, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Oh, the music on. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, can't hear me. All right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, or good night, as the case may be. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan, the program where you get to decide what the topics should be for discussion. I mean, I throw some stuff up, but then you get a chance, I should say, you get a chance to engage on the topics. Whereas on a Saturday, you don't. We just do the talking, do the presentation, do the lecturing, and some of you, you make your comments in the chat. But on a Wednesday night, you get to actually call in and express your views, ask questions, make observations. You just get to talk, right? And tonight we have a bunch of subjects to talk about, whole heap of subjects to talk about. And I don't plan on going till midnight, to be honest with you, because I have a lot of things to do. So we're going to try and go through these things rather quickly so that we can go through these things rather quickly so we can finish in a reasonable time. 1 second. Okay, so you heard but first of all, big up on yourself, everybody. Make we just quickly run through the thing. Let me see who there. Let me see. Elmira Smith. It's a big up Kevin and the crew. And Elmira is from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Thank you so much, Elmira. Thanks for joining us. And stay warm because it's going to be brutally cold this weekend. Glenn Samuels. Good evening, sir. Blessings. Miss Elaine. Now checkmate them, right? Thank you for being our monitor. I know you're not joke around with the hammer, all right? LT Eats with Carol. Blessings. Jamsby. Bless up. ACLB 9025. Bless up. Kevin is here, people. Kevin in the background do some things because it is technology, system glitches and all of that. So, but we're fine. Patel, Crookshank, I haven't forgotten you, sir. Good evening. Norman Montague, Lap School Chief, big up yourself. Cecile Phillips, good night. Hold on. We'll stop at Cecile. Carla Ebanks, bless up yourself. Janet Monday, still so, big up yourself. Al Kebulan, in the house from Canada. Jeffrey Warrell, big up yourself. Ubuntu, for real, big up yourself. Yes, Jeffrey. Kinsley Anglin, thanks for joining us. Enough respect. Merle, big up yourself. Merle Sano, Daryl Hart in the limelight again. Dumb, dark, and stupid. Yes, indeed. In fact, you know what? Check this out, Merle. Hold on there. I wish part it there. Let me see something now. Merle.
Oh my God.
Dark and they're stupid.
Hear that, Merle? They're dunce, they're dark, and they are stupid.
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are
God.
dark, and they are stupid.
All right, thanks for reminding us, Merle. We'll play that one several times tonight. Laura Williams, blessings. Have anyone thought about all those drilling they're looking in country could cause Western plants to trigger storm? Laura, I don't think the drilling, I don't know if they're drilling, and if they're drilling, I don't know if the drilling had anything to do with the storm. But something more thinking about. As a God, bless up yourself as a God. Desmond Myrie, good night. Big up yourself. Keep it going, OT. LW, good night. Thanks for joining us. Stay tight. See him so. Big up yourself. Welcome. Charmaine, Big up yourself, Charmaine. Dareth McCoy, blessed night to you as well. Glenn Samuels, oh my bless up Elaine. Elaine, big up yourself again. Miss Rita, long time when I hear from you, you know. Big up yourself, Miss Rita. Good to have you in the place. Charmaine, stay so. Who else we have here? Barbara Giwa, big up yourself, Barbara. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your support. Sharon Moulton. Seriously, Mr. I don't like hearing this man's voice. Sharon, I tell you what, life is not a bed of roses. And I know where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. But, you know, you just have to listen to the voice, listen to the words, and that way you can make an argument against people who would be opposed to the things that you're saying about him. Because just to say, well, I don't like his voice, and I understand why you would say that. I mean, it's not enough. We have to get some concrete reasons and say, here are the reasons why I don't even like when this man speaks. But just to say, well, I don't like hearing voice, that's not enough. So, but anyway, believe me, I understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from. Sharon, big up yourself. DS, I wonder how many politicians have shares in JPS. 1%. Good question. You might find that quite a few of them, and they're trying to get their grubby fingers on more of JPS. We shall see. What's this? None say health. Good night, good night, good night. Laura Williams. I've given where is the money? US, Canada, UK, I've given where is the money? We're asking the same thing. You know, you need an inventory. You need an accounting of things going in, accounting of things coming out. And if you don't have that, then it's a free for all. Joy MM, good night, good night, good night. Let me see what else is here. Yes, Charmaine. 5 persons died, most come from man going to Spanish Town. Yeah. I forgive Miss Philly credit. She called me and mentioned it to me. Didn't know about it, so thanks for mentioning it. Tragic event. Investigation, I think, has begun. We shall see, or we shall hear about the cause. Lorraine, present. You just sign your little thing and just put a little tick next to it. You're in class. All right. Andrew Pine, big up yourself, so welcome. And AR60, bless up yourself. Merlin Fid, big up yourself. Jeffrey Worrell, Mr. Baz, when the opposition asked you the question, you went off course as if one of your nerves got hit. And that's true. That's true, Jeffrey. Where's the rest of the bus? Good question. Let me see what else. The 2.4. All right. Everybody asks question about the buses. Queen Carl. Why JPS borrowing money? We'll get to that. Toss Smith and their private electric company with linesmen that could be connected with equipment. It's a good question you raise. I don't know about that. Let me see what else is here. We don't want to leave out anyone, you know. Carl Allen, bless up, Carl. Honeybee, big up yourself. So the sound good. Let's see who else is here. Eric Johnson, who's the finance minister? That's a good question. We really don't know. We have a finance minister, maybe just a finance minister only in name. Nifty friends, Mark forgot to ask what percentage Mr. Vaz is going to get as kickback. Lots of questions about that. Celine Browning, watching from East Portland. Celine, I hope you have the whole family and the whole crew with you watching now, cause you know it go. So the things stay. Eric Johnson asked a question. Hold on 1 second. Marva Dice, good evening. Christine Fraser, good night, good night. Mr. Janet Monday. Dwight Tyndale, big up yourself. Nifty Friends, good evening. Kevin Stew there in the place, me telling the people. Bambino in the place too. Love and Man in the place. Let me see who else. Don, Vincent Graham, how great thou art. Yeah, Petra. Who else there? Sealy 15, Jennifer Allen, Balibala, Bonaweed, Barrington Vickers. Yeah, you know, the dark in Westmoreland. Thanks for tuning in because, boy, you have some real issues out there and for you for really take the time out to listen to us. Big appreciation. Let me see who else is here. Lindell McCormick, Marcia Stewart, Donovan Burrows. Let me see what Donovan said. The government cannot lend a private utilities company money. If the company need money, then the company must finance it, stocks for sale to generate capital for its time. That's one option, Donovan. It's a good observation. Good point. Nafrika, the humble lady unstoppable. Good evening. We mentioned Colleen James already. Seeley, Jackie Graham. We mentioned Sharon Moulton already. Let me see who else is here. Mikey Mike, Fort Lauderdale. Grandma Granddaughter's Health. Canada, in other house, big up yourself. Leprechaun. Yeah, Curiosity Kid. And who else? I think that's it, right? Law Eyes. Iwan Cameron. Miriam Miller. Who else did we miss? We're missing anybody? Valte Jones. Mike Reed. Pamela Brown. Anybody? Yes, I don't think we miss anybody. All right. If we miss you, just throw it in the chat because you know it go. On a Wednesday night, we know it takes some time, but at least we're going to take the time for really reach out and call out some names. Acknowledge people for supporting us because we can't do it on a Saturday, but I think it's important that you hear your name call out and you kind of feel like, yeah, you know, I belong, I am here, I am present, and I'm a supporter. So the least we can do is just acknowledge you. SSB, I miss you. Yeah, make sure I'm not missing now. Vestel Allen. Who's this one? Jenny Gerhard Sick. Risk. All right. Sonja Jackson. Yeah, Jenny Gerhard Rick. Vaz looking about his own interest. Yeah, that's true. Some people, I mean, yeah, you will get to that point when you listen to him. And that's why I was saying earlier that sometimes you have to, not sometimes, you should listen to people, despite the fact that you don't even like the tone of them voice, but you never like the things them say, but you listen to them because that's how you make your argument in the end. You know, GA Farmer, Aero 6, I'll get a whooping. Well, I get that all the time. So, Mark Peart. One see him. Okay. All right. Folks, here's what happened. We had a little mishap earlier because all of our tabs, for some reason, we had to reboot, and it didn't happen yesterday or the day before, but it happened today where we lost everything. And so Kevin is in the background trying to recreate all of the tabs, because I think we had 2 tabs on the Prime Minister, we had 1 on Minister Vaz, we had 1 on the Governor General, we had 1 on the DPP, we had 1. Well, I shouldn't even say 1, because some of these politicians, we had like 2 files on them. Minister Tufton, well, a whole bunch of files. And so we have the hard copies, but we also have the electronic copies as well. So now he has to go back and go through history and recreate the whole thing. So, it put a damper on things, but that's how it goes. Here's Waguk. What about the billions that GSP earns in profits? Well, they earned 172 million, something like that that's US dollars, over the last 3 years. So you convert that to billions in Jamaica. Let's see. All right. Here's what we ought to know. Let me borrow this, Kevin. Let me borrow this thing here. Let me see. The first video we played was from Tyrese. Not the first video, but the first video concerning tonight's topics. And hear what he said. He have to go find the right kind of people to send him stuff to. Because he said there's a lot going on in Jamaica. We know what's going on. But go on the people. Let's talk a little bit about this JPS thing here. And then we're going on the phone line early tonight. OT, just move this one for me, please. We're going to talk about it early. 1 second, folks. All right. The plan is to loan JPS $150 million to rebuild. Essentially, that's what it is, right? Now, keep in mind that over the last 3 years, JPS had a combined net income. This is after them pay off them bills, 172 million US dollars. Also keep in mind that JPS is, let me rephrase, the majority shareholders in JPS are a company out of South Korea and a company in Japan. The Jamaican government owns 19%, approximately 19%. And then 1% you have minority shareholders. We don't know who those minority shareholders are. Petra, easy man. You got hard, Petra. So Jamaica owns 19%. These two companies, they own 80%. Over the last 3 years, net profit of 172 approximately million US dollars. The first question I would ask is the contract that they have, and remember now, Jamaica is part owner. Jamaica owns approximately 1/5 of the company. Right? So I would ask them, because they're shareholders, they're owners. So I would ask them, is there an insurance, a resilience type insurance for acts of God like this? Or for vandalism, for anything? Do they have insurance? It would strike me as being rather strange if they didn't have insurance. So we don't even know how much money they collect off of this thing. We know that Jamaica has 3, what they call resilience bonds. They have the cat bond, they have one for flooding, they have one from the Caribbean community. There are about 3. We don't know if JPS had any, but we suspect that they must have had some kind of insurance. And if they had insurance, what was the payout? The Jamaican government is part owner, so they need to tell us that. How much was the, because it would be delinquent. It would be almost criminal on the Jamaican government's part if they sat at the table and didn't require that when these people purchase the 80% that they purchase insurance as well. It would be absolutely foolish for them to do that. Now, some of you might say, well, that's in keeping with them. They're fools. But I would like to see the paperwork. I would like to see the contract, see what, if any, that they have. And so, moving on, Minister Vaz is releasing $150 million from the consolidated fund, from the fund holding taxpayers' money. He's going to loan 150 because JPS says they need 350 to complete the work. Now, think about it. When you hear Minister Vaz, when you heard him talking, he didn't speak as if the Jamaican government is part owner. He made it seem as if Jamaican government had, they separate, different, distinct, apart from JPS. So in a sense, it's like the Jamaican government is loaning the Jamaican government money. I don't know how many of you picked up on that. That Jamaica is part owner of JPS. But when he spoke, he didn't speak as if he's saying, well, we are trying to get a loan from us. He didn't make it seem that way. Make it seem like JPS was like a separate entity, and if they didn't pay, and da. Well, he has to realize that if JPS doesn't pay, part of that is the Jamaican government not paying too. It's not just the 2 companies that own 4/5 of the company. It's not just the 2 companies. The Jamaican government owns approximately 1/5 of the company. So any loan going to that company is also going to the Jamaican government. I don't know how many of you actually realize that. First, that the Jamaican government is part owner. And second, any loan to JPS is a loan to the Jamaican government. So when he said that if they don't pay, first of all, listen to this weird arrangement. He's going to give 150 million, but it's not contingent on them getting the other 200 million that they need. They told him, we need 350. He says, all right, 150 we'll give you, then you go out and get the other 2. And then he said, we're going to release the 150 to you without you getting the other 2. People, think about that. Where is the collateral? It's a basic question in a transaction like this where you're borrowing money. Where is the collateral? What are you giving me in the event that you can't pay me, that I can convert and get my money back? What? Hear what he said. He said, the assets that you have, JPS, it's a 5-year loan, but they have to complete the work by January of next year, which I don't know if it's going to happen. And if they can't get the 250, They can't get the 200 that they need to complete the work. Then the Jamaican government will come in, and he said they are prepared. Not that they're going to do it. He said that they're prepared. That's why I said, people, you have to see the document, because I want to see the language in the document. Because I don't need to see iffy language like we are prepared. I need to see language like language that's definite. That says, if in the event you fail to pay on time, then this is what will take place. So your non-payment is going to trigger a particular action. That's what I like to see. But Marie says that will never happen because Vaz is a fool. But think about it. Think about this, D. Marie and the others. If Minister Vaz is a fool, what does that make us? Think about it. If this agreement is a foolish agreement, and therefore Minister Vaz is a fool, what does that make us, the Jamaican taxpayers? Jamaicans, what does that make us? And I'll tell you why I asked the question. Somebody said, "Damn fool." Clowns. Idiots. Because here's why. It is not the first time Minister Vaz has done something like this or is involved with something like this. It's not the first time. So we can sit here and keep calling him fool and fool and fool and fool and fool till the cows come home. And he could care less because he's doing whatever he wants to do. And you know why? Because of this.
Oh
They're
my God.
dark and they're stupid.
Yes, indeed.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're
my God.
dark and they're stupid.
So you notice he didn't say they're fools. That's a term that we reserve for him, right? So we say he's a fool. And then he said, yeah, but you guys are dumb, dark, and stupid. Because I can do whatever I want to do, and all you can do is just blah, 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 blah. You can't stop me. Case in point, rooms on the beach. You remember that? The hotel and the surrounding lands and the beach. Estimated value 13 plus million US dollars. Yet, the Jamaican government, and we have the Contractor General's report indicating that Minister Vaz was a central player in this. It was sold for 7. You remember that? How many of you went up in arms over that? Another case. School bus. 1.4 billion for 110 used school bus, even though we have documentation saying that the buses, at least some of them, they're new, but we know that's not the case. Not a single bus that came to Jamaica, at least for the invoice, based on the invoice we have, not a single one was a new bus. And he said all the buses, and we'll play the tape sometime soon. All the buses, he said, and he gave a schedule. He said all the buses will be in Jamaica by the end of July 2025. And we know that as a fact, the 110 buses did not arrive in Jamaica by the end of July 2025. So the question is, where is the money? Since you didn't buy all the buses, where's the money? And by the way, he gave an interview where he said, all the buses, he said somebody called him and tell him where he can get the buses them. So it shouldn't have been a problem, because you know why? There wasn't any hold up, because they gave him all the variances from the rules to bring the buses in. He got all the documentation that he needed to bring these buses in without any problems. All the exceptions to the rules. So the question is, then why aren't the buses here? And if the buses aren't here, what happened to the rest of the money? Because you said 110 buses, 1.4 billion. We have less than 110 buses, and we don't have the rest of the money. Where is the money? So when we sit here and we say, oh, Vaz, fool, and think about it. Think about it. We're worse because he's doing it to us, and now we can say, oh, he's a fool. And he's smiling, getting his way. Oh, by the way, don't forget, this is the same man who got a lease for government property, for some long-term lease, for some little bit of money that he wasn't supposed to get. Remember? And this catastrophe, this destructive force called Melissa, it is going to result in many, many cases of us calling politicians fools, and they're just tripping away with the money. Trust me on that. And that's why this Saturday we're going to show you two cases, two contracts having to do with Minister Tufton and his friend. We're going to show you how you can play games with the procurement rules and get money. We're going to show you. Oh, and by the way, get money that you shouldn't get. We're going to show you. And one of the reasons why I want you to tune in and pay attention to it this Saturday is simply this. It is going to happen. You remember the Auditor General and JAMP came out with a report, 3 trillion unaccounted for, and the point, one of the ministries guilty of this, Ministry of Health, during COVID, where monies were paid, no invoices, nothing at all. It is going to happen again. But guess what happened? It was like 4 years later when people started saying, yeah, 3 trillion missing, where the money gone, blah, 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 blah. How long did that last? A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks maximum. And then we're back to normal. And the politicians know this. They know that they can continue to play us because all we're going to do is just run our mouth for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then while we're doing this, they're busy engineering some other schemes. And we're always a day late and a dollar short. We're always coming after them after the money done spent and everything like that. And we're very forgiving people and also very forgetful people too. Whenever, sometimes we are. To be honest, we are. We are. And so, while we should blame the politicians, we should also blame ourselves. We should blame ourselves. Lots of things happening in Jamaica. Lots of things happen in Jamaica and people just turn a blind eye. 9 days go by, it's forgotten. More events, 9 days go by, it's forgotten. They're forgotten, and so on and so forth. Okay, all right, that's a good SSB make a good point. So, Mr. Rattigan, can you please explain the role of the opposition to the people, because the JLP behave as if they are not a part of the government? All right. Technically speaking, the government is composed of the opposition and the ruling party, the MPs and the senators. The opposition, again, technically, is part of the government. They vote. And when you look at the chart, you'll see that the government is composed of members of parliament and the Senate. And that's called the legislature, the people who make laws. Remember, whenever there's a vote, the opposition votes too. Sometimes they vote with the ruling party. Sometimes they vote against the ruling party. But the fact that they can vote in parliament means that they're part of the government. Now, they're there to make sure that the government acts responsibly, to do the bidding of the people, just like we're doing. However, there are some differences. One, we, meaning the people in social media, we don't get paid by anyone, at least unless you, what do you call it, monetize your channel. But you don't get paid from a government, right? You don't get that big salary that the politicians get. So the question is then, why are you making so much noise and they're not making the noise and they're the ones getting all this money? I think MP Dawes, who was on this program a week ago, said it best. He said, listen, first of all, the increase in the number of opposition members in parliament in the main means nothing. And you may say, well, what do you mean it means nothing? It doesn't mean that they have an increase in power. They have an increase in members in parliament, but they don't have an increase in power. You know why? Because most of the things that they're going to vote on in parliament require a majority vote. Don't forget that the JLP has 35 and the PNP has 28. So if the JLP vote, if they vote as a block, they will always get whatever is required by a majority vote. They will always get it. No, when it comes to things concerning the Constitution, you need a 2/3 vote. You need a 2/3 vote. They won't get that. The JLP will not get that. Or if they get it, put it this way, it's not a straight shot for them. You know, when you had 14 people, yes, it's a straight shot because you have more than the required 2/3. But with 28 people, JLP will not have 2/3. So anything having to do with the Constitution, it's going to require, well, not in a lot of things in the Constitution require a 2/3 vote. They won't get that. But most of the things that when you think about Parliament, the things that they do, pass laws, etc., most of those things, they require a majority vote. And so the PNP, with going from 14 to 28, that doesn't make them stronger. It gives them a louder voice in Parliament so that more people can shout and more people can get up and raise issues. But when it comes to voting, and that's where the power is. The power is in the vote. When it comes to voting, very little has changed. Again, for constitutional purposes and some other things where you require a 2/3 vote, yes, they've gained some power there. They have the traction. But in the normal scheme of things, no. That's one. The second thing is this. And you remember, please remember, and if you didn't watch the program last week Wednesday, I strongly urge you to go back and just watch the first segment. Just watch the first segment with Dr. Dawes. Because he also said that as an opposition, they have to be careful how they say certain things. Why? Because they depend on the ministry and the ministers to provide support for their constituencies. And they have the power to choke off whatever support you're getting and hurt your constituency members. So when you're criticizing them and when you're doing this and there are boundaries. And that's why sometimes, some of you will say, how is it them not talking out? And how is it that you, Mr. Rattigan, and you, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, and you, Mystic, and you this, and how is it that you guys can say these things? And they're true. And the opposition is not following suit. In fact, you guys are supposed to be taking your lead from the opposition to hold government accountable. Instead, you're leading the charge. That's why. Because all it takes is a minister to issue an edict saying, don't get them people, or hold back on the support, Marga down the support. And that's it. And then what happens? Your people now start thinking, maybe we shouldn't vote for that man because I'm useless because, we're supposed to get a road, a school, medical center, jobs, whatever it is, electricity, running water. I don't get it. And so you'll think that the politician is not doing his job. Meanwhile, the politician is restrained from doing his job or her job. So those are the things that we have to consider. I am of the opinion that you just ball out the thing. You just come out and just talk about it. That's my opinion. But then you say, I'm not responsible for a constituency. And so when I say it, nobody's getting hurt. I'm not, nobody that I'm responsible for is getting hurt by the inaction or the refusal to act on the part of the government. So that is where we are. If we had real power, this 150 million, I mean, when I say we, meaning the opposition, if the opposition had real power, then that's 150 million that's going to JPS. It wouldn't go. It wouldn't go, but if you don't have the power to stop it in terms of the votes, what are you going to do? All they can do is raise your objection. But you need to raise it strenuously, vigorously, and often. Continuously. You need to do it, because sometimes, and a dear friend of ours said that, who's an educator, said that you have to, repetition. Repetition is one of the ways to understanding, to get people to understand things. And you just have to just keep repeating it. And that's why we can't let go of the drill. We can't let go of some of the financial atrocities that have taken place. Because in the end, it's all of us, Jamaicans, taxpayers, who get hurt by these things. And somehow we have to make the connection to say, because some people that don't see that paying $200,000 for a drill that costs $25,000 is affecting them. They don't see it. They can't make that connection. And so we have to make the connection. We have to make the connection. And then not only do we have to make the connection and educate our people, but we have to re-educate our people. And then we have to continuously browbeat. We have to sear it. We have to make it just put in them head, sear it in them head. Because the information we're providing is not for entertainment. It's for upliftment. And so while we may have a laugh about certain things, we have to realize that this is serious business. And from the education, there must be some action. There must be some action, which leads me to this point. And we're going to open the phone because I don't want, lecture upon this. I can talk about this JPS thing all night long, right? Number of subjects I can talk about all night long. Some subjects I won't be able to, and I'll be honest with you. Those subjects I'll readily admit that I don't know much. And if I don't know much, I'll listen and learn. But going back to this idea about teaching our people, reiterating the message, and just having them understand that education without action is useless. You must do something with the education. You must do something with it. And it brings me to this point. We talk a lot and we say, yeah, you know, we point out all the maladies, all the ills of government. Talk about all of those things. And then some people, and rightly so, say to us, yeah, you guys, you talk a lot, but there is no action, right? You talk a lot, but there is no action. Well, the first thing is that you can't take action unless you know what the subject matter is, what the issue is, and then you can form an opinion about it. You can think through it critically, and you may or may not take action. And actually, inaction is also a form of action, because inaction, if you say, well, I'm not taking any action, that's a decision on your part not to take an action. But if you make that decision and it's an informed decision, that's fine. But when you take action and it's not informed, you don't know what the hell you're out there doing. You don't know. It's futile. So let's assume now that you have that information. And the question then is, okay, now that you're armed with that information, what do you do? Here is something that I'd like you to do. I was planning on doing it, saying it this Saturday, but I'll say it now. There is a candidate who lost an election this past September to the Prime Minister. His name is Paul Buchanan. And Paul Buchanan, after losing the election, appealed to the constituted body. He went to them and he said, the election wasn't fair. I need you to certify this. Just send it off to the election court and let the court decide whether the election should be declared null and void. That's the procedure. Losing candidate, file a submission with the constituted authority. You file affidavits, actually. They look at the affidavit and they're only supposed to look at the four corners of the document. They're not supposed to go behind or beyond. That's it. They look at the document and they said, yes, we think, yeah, we see where you said that a person voted twice. Okay, fine. And they send it on. In Paul Buchanan's case, they didn't. They started assessing the quality, the admissibility, the weight of the evidence. They started looking at the evidence and started asking questions and said, well, this doesn't seem right, that doesn't seem right, blah, 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 blah. That's not their job. That job is reserved exclusively for the province of the election court. The election court is a court that decides those matters. They decide the quality of the evidence, the admissibility of the evidence, the weight of the evidence, the veracity of the witnesses. They do all of that, not the constituted authority. Yet the constituted authority did it. So what did Mr. Paul Buchanan do? He filed an appeal with the Supreme Court, asking for leave to file an action based on the fact that they usurped the power of the election court. Essentially, they acted like the election court, and they're not the election court. They've never been. It was never intended for them to be a court, much less the election court. I've read through the submission. I've read the law. I've read the policy. And in fact, there's a case called Blake versus Holness, a 1998 election court case. 1997, 1998. I think it's 1998. And some of the same arguments that Mr. some of the same arguments that were raised in that case, they're present in Paul Buchanan's case. And if the court is consistent, there will be a ruling that they'll send it back to the constituted authority to be sent to the election court, or this court will forward it to the election court and say, here it is, take a look at it and decide whether the election is null and void. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I say all of that in a long-winded way because I want you to understand what's going on. What I want you to do is this. Christmas is coming up. Times are tough. You have Christmas presents to buy. However, I'm going to ask you to set aside $100. We don't need it right now. We don't need it right now, but I'm going to ask you to set aside $100 US. And the purpose for that is this. In the event that on December 8th of this year, the Supreme Court comes back and says, there's nothing wrong with the election, and therefore the results stand, I would like us to support an appeal of that decision. Now, we're not supporting a political party. We are supporting the enforcement of a principle. And the principle is this: one man, one vote. Same man, same vote. And the sanctity of the electoral process in Jamaica. I don't care about the party. I don't care about the political party. I care about the principle that we have to stand behind this and say, listen, if we are going to claim democracy as the political hallmark of our country, then the electoral process must be free from taint. It doesn't matter who the candidate is. It doesn't matter the party. We're fighting for the principle that if you are a losing candidate and you go to the constituted authority with your affidavit, the only thing they have to do is to act as a courier and send it on to the election court. That's it. That's all we're asking. And in that effort, I will put $200. And I'm asking you to put $100. If you can put more, you put more. But I will put the first $200. I will put the first $200. But again, just put that aside. Keep it in maybe the front of your mind right now, because the decision is going to be delivered on the 8th of December. And once we hear that, we are going to establish an appeal. Not sure how we're going to do it, whether it's by GoFundMe or we create a separate appeal fund. But something is going to be designed before December 8th. So that once we hear the decision on December 8th, and they said there's nothing wrong with this election, then we start putting the money inside there, because there's a limited time within which they have to file the appeal. And again, we're doing this on the basis of a principle, not on the basis of the support or any support for any political party or any political candidate. It's the principle. We're saying we're good for the goose, good for the gander. If we have a law in Jamaica, we shouldn't have two different applications. It should apply equally across the board to everyone. And by the way, in 1998, Mr. Andrew Holness, he wasn't prime minister at the time, was candidate. Mr. Andrew Holness used some of these arguments that Mr. Paul Buchanan is using now. He used some of these arguments to convince the court to have a do-over. Because if you recall, in 1997, December, there was an election. Mr. Andrew Holness won. Mr. Blake, I think that's his name, not Burt, Blake. Mr. Blake appealed to the constituted authority, and he said, look, I have a lot of election breaches here. They looked at the breaches, they said, they sent it on to the appeal, to the election court. The election court said, lots of breaches here. And they said, so you have to do it over. They had a second election in I think it was April. They had a second, March or April, a second election in 1998 now. Andrew Holness lost. He lost. And what did he do? He went to the constituted court and said, breaches. And the constituted authority, sorry, it's not a court, authority. And the constituted authority sent it up to the election court and said, it's all yours. The court looked at it, looked at the Andrew Holness's submissions, and they said, yeah, breaches. So they had another do-over. They had 3 elections. 3. The 1997 election in Jamaica for West Central St. Andrew. 3 times they did it. 3 times. And on the 3rd time, Andrew Holness won. And there was no appeal from Mr. Blake. And so some of the same arguments that Andrew Holness used in 1998 to get the 3rd election are some of the very same arguments that Paul Buchanan is using now. Same arguments. So that's why I am supremely confident that this judge, in her wisdom, will agree or follow precedents, because we have this happened already. She can just go back to 1997, 1998. And she will be able to objectively look at the facts and say, no, this is not right. It has to go up. We have to send it up. I'm hoping that that will be the case. But if it's not, we're prepared. We have plan B. And plan B is that if it goes against Paul Buchanan, we must be prepared to support his petition for justice. We must be prepared to support his petition to remove or to remedy the taint of the election in 2025. We must be prepared to do that. So I know some of you don't want your names on certain things. I understand. Believe me, I do. I know some of you won't come out and open the petition. I understand. Believe me, I do. I know some of you don't want your personally identifiable information out there associated with anything that is opposed to what the government is doing. I know and I understand. But this time I won't understand. If you fail to put that $100 in a fund to pay for the law, not me. It's not my money. It's your money, and this money is going to pay legal fees to appeal this matter. I won't understand it if you don't give something. If you can't give $100, we're looking for minimum of $100. But if you can't give $100, whatever you can give, please, if you're a patriot and if you believe in the rule of law and if you believe that you should take a stand and that stand should be taken now, I look forward to your contribution. Again, we don't need it now. And if the judge rules in Paul Buchanan's favor, we won't need it. But I'm just asking you to keep it in mind and just kind of just set it aside and say, look, I don't want my personally identifiable information out there. I'm not going out there and show my face on this. I'm not going on any programs. I'm not this, I'm not that. For whatever reason, you have a business in Jamaica, you have family in Jamaica, you're fearful, but fine. But $100 will suffice. Will suffice. You know what? We talk enough. I'm gonna open the phone line. We talked a little bit about the JPS situation. It's a mess, people. It makes no sense. No sense. If you look at the people arguing, or if you look at the person proposing, well, it's not a proposal. They're going to do it. Excuse me. You'll readily, if you know the history of the person proposing, or the history of the person advising the public about what the government is doing, immediately you'll say, wait a minute, let me see who the messenger is first, and then let me look at the message. And you'll see that it's not a good message. We're also going to show you. You hear people talking about Dr. Nigel Clark being this great visionary and how he was able to get the cat bond so that Jamaica wouldn't have to go with hat in hand begging. I am going to show you on Saturday that it's a farce, no gossip, people. We're going to show you that the man take out a big giant loan before that. And we're also going to show you that the cat bond that he's talking about, give him credit in the sense that he was the Minister of Finance when it came to fruition. But was he the first person to talk about a cat bond for Jamaica? No. Was he the first person to talk about a cat bond for the Caribbean? No. And then look at that stupid deal. You have to get hit with a category 5. And remember, I told you people last year. Remember, I told you that if a category 5 hit Jamaica, $150 million will result as a drop in the bucket. A drop. You hear the estimate? $8.8 billion US. And we're celebrating $150 million US. It's a drop in the bucket. And we must make sure that this drop in the bucket doesn't vaporize. We must make sure it's not on steam and gone. We want all right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. The floor is yours. Where are you calling from?
Good night. Good night. Calling from Jamaica.
Yes,
good
Miss
night,
B.
Mr. Rattigan, and good night to everybody in the diaspora and all who are listening and who can listen now, listen tomorrow or beyond. I'm calling from Jamaica with a heavy heart, very heavy, on the topic of Mr. Valls and the cat ban money and the JPS and the people. No, I am not no degree. I'm in a professional. But listen me now. Common sense. Diaspora people who are left Jamaica and you know I keep up Jamaica. Without Uno, Jamaica would have sink far away Melissa Senegal. Look into this. We have our brothers and sisters in the western part of the island that was hit by this catastrophe, bad hurricane. As we speak, we have children, elderly, people outside. They don't have a roof, tarpaulin, and things like that. Babies. and Mr. Darrell Vaz, an elected member of parliament, is going to say that if you spend the money for school, water, housing, you're not going to get no benefit from it. Talk it truth now. No, Jamaica is an island and you're going to take up $150 million US dollar, which is equivalent to about 24 billion Jamaica dollar. That money could have helped the people them to even get a come out of the night Jew. Then if Jamaica is so rich that Jamaica can take up $150 million US to lend a private company, Jamaica don't want to help from nobody. What is happening is that first world doing that. We're looking at what me I said, good enough. Because you take up the, if I the cat man money, that money is to go towards the taxpayer people, the same people when down out the west where suffer, where a epidemic have broke out down there, no water, no food, no shelter. God bless the diaspora and the artists and all of the donors, Andre, Stephen, diaspora people. May I beg you to pray for Andre. Big him up. What Andre, Stefano, Stephen is doing to the island of Jamaica, the government don't do quarter that. Understand me? Me might have sound foolful to some people, but I just say go. And I am calling on you diaspora people, but especially those of you who support this regime in Jamaica. I know that plenty of you live overseas planning to retire home. When you reach your twilight light age, you want to come home, come relax. What Jamaica would you like to come home to? If what is happening to we here now, you don't believe the worst this year will happen to you then? Going further, should say? How Jamaica will lend JPS 150 and plus since evening is a give them 50 more million. That's equivalent to 200 million US. That's how much billion Jamaican dollar. While you have your people that must suffer. So no say this regime do not count the people. My belief that the Mr. Andrew Wallace, our Prime Minister, glad, happy that the hurricane blew. And I'm sorry it did blow harder. And I'm sorry everybody never did. I'm glad for the hurricane, but I'm sorry everybody and more people never did. How can you be a leader going into your bed and you don't consider your brother and sister out in the wilderness? And you're born at Jamaica, you grew at Jamaica, you school at Jamaica. What art you have? Sorry. Darrell Vaz from 1980. You know what depends you. And we, the Jamaican people, most of you sit down and voting back this regime. What more do you need to see that these people doesn't have the Jamaican people at heart? Mighty God of Daniel. Leptospirosis is down there and other places. You soon hear about other things will come up. And Darrell Vaz have the art to say, water is not essential, school not essential, housing because if you spend the money on those things, you will get nothing. If you don't believe me, go find the tape and play it slow and listen when you say word for word. Otherwise, I call it dissect.
Miss P, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me just inform everyone that I was on a platform last night. Was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. A platform hosted by Ambassador Anderson. And they had 3 featured guests. One was Minister Tufton, one was Minister Vaz, and one was the Commissioner of Customs. Can't remember her name now. I think I have her name written down here, but that's not important right now. Minister Vaz said, I have it written down here. He said, electricity is the most important thing in the recovery process now. And I wrote right next to it, what about food and water and shelter, medication, and other essentials? He did say that, Ms. P. You're absolutely correct. He said it on the platform last night. Electricity is the most important thing in the recovery process now. He said that. Continue, please.
Listen, I am here. I don't have a good roof. I don't have light. But I'm surviving. They're going to never come back with a light. Because I'm still a survive. And me roof no 100, but me hit you up, me beat you up. But me consider about the people them out in the cold. That is it, that is my problem. When Andre and the rest of person them go down there, and when them video and show you, and when you see the people them, good God Almighty, where your heart there? Where your heart there? This, all right, me not right enough. But the first thing what should have done is to evacuate the people them, sterilize the place, and start to talk about building. Give them food, yes. Start to talk about replace back the people to get the economic up back. When you run light, we are type on the tarpaulin. We are going to tie light pan. JPS are going to lose all of them, the people from that side there. So if JPS have 2,000 word speaking, me not so bright, but say I have 200 people and 30 people can't be like me now work on them mash up. So I lose 30% actually. So and when do I still lose? You will tell me that JPS are run a company, JPS not no insurance. You can't hold JPS, you know? Them are cut off your light. So you tell me that JPS don't have no insurance for things like these and other things? Jamaican people, diaspora poor people, the blatantest thing, wickedest thing a man can do is thief you in front of you. Look in the eye and thief you. This money with JPS and the government need an external audit. Darrell Val don't allow the JPS man whose representative to come consider them a borrow money now. Everything him a say. Him not carry the opposition in the meeting. Go have a meeting to say, well, guess what? The JPS said this happened to them and they are asking for help then. Just say something. So Mr. Mark Golden, and what do you say? Can I do it? Or can I do it? Okay. No, everything away you do. And yeah, what turn up and talk about whoever, when you say done, brother, it no sound good, it no look good. Eh? Him whoever. So I you rule Jamaica, the whole of Jamaica for you, and where you say stand. That's not a democracy. That looks like a regime. Me see in China people are demonstrate. Eh? And the next thing, I am calling on the JDF, the Jamaica Defense Force. I do not believe no foreigner is a member of the JDF. JDF personnel from the top to the bottom. Please remember that the people that are suffering, they are your family. They might be your sister as blood, but we are one. All 99% of the JDF members are Jamaican. JCF, the same thing. JDF and JCF, remember, you all come from a poor and pauper background. That is the reason led most of you to be a member of the Jamaica and the JCF and the JDF. You have the ability, but most of your parents couldn't afford for you to go to college, so you go a JDF, while a few of you are your dream. So when the uprising starts, we are not saying that you're not to do your work, but what I'm saying, you're gonna do it with compassion. Although soldiers are trained to have compassion, because remember, you have children, and if you don't set a stand, oh, what country would you leave your children and grandchildren to? What is happening now? The worst is yet to come if we don't stop it. Civil society, media, church, NGO, Jamaican people, I am calling upon UNO, the church, civil society, PSOJ, UNO is the cause of the catastrophe in Jamaica, because allow the regime to just run media. And when I say media, I don't mean the little ordinary reporter, because I watch and I know someone who would want to ask the hard question, but who is muzzled. So they call it the board members and the board chairman for this group and the media group, apartheid because of no personal gain, sell out a generation of people for a belly full. Oh, shame wanna be. How wanna feel tonight and from yesterday when Darrell Vaz we take $1.4 billion and buy all bus. Darrell Vaz we sign off with place to Mexico, Mexican for cheap the hotel. Darrell Vaz we want one place up there for 25 years too much. And the list goes on. And allow him and hand you to do all these atrocities to our people. The question I asked the Governor General, Sir Patrick Allen, good night. What is it the Jamaican ordinary people have done you? Why Hurricane Melissa blew, which is an act of God? Everybody in Jamaica pays tax, direct or indirect. And you, sir, you don't call in Andrew Holness and Darrell Vaz and the rest of them and say what you are doing to the people is wrong, sir. And members of the Jamaica Labour Party, Babsy Grains, Delroy Chuck, James Robert, Edmund Bartlett, and Mr. Warmington, you guys in the party long time, you are all stalwart in our party, and regardless of other persons that pay and this and that, you stand up to something, no? How you allow Andrew Holness to override the whole of UNO? You allow Andrew Holness to override UNO in the party so long, And then little boy come back to the same people them and them pitney grand pitney niece and them to vote for no. I want to feel to know so we have over 24 billion Jamaican dollars to lend a private person or persons while your brothers and sisters are sleeping out in the cold, not because of them choice, but because of what happened. Have you guys, PSOJ, Metriciaga, you know no heart? Bankers of Jamaica, you know no heart for Jamaica? And Jamaicans, hotelier, me a call for the whole of the stakeholder. Church every day, every Saturday, every Sunday. We go with one thing, a Bible and hymn book. Eh? The least you can do for one of them people here. Eh? I want to feel. And JLP young member, young girl, young ladies in a JLP and young man. Member anything a good on in a history, go be a part of it. Please go down in a history properly. Because mighty God now sleep. Must can turn up to Andrew Wallace. Not because he is the Prime Minister, he is the Chief Servant. But on the JLP side can say, sir, what you are doing is wrong. And stand up to him. You tell me saying about you what on me and see if you what on what I'm afraid for. If you don't stand up, the Jamaica people will back stand up to a riot or so not to go up PNP side. But stand up against tyranny. Because this cannot rise. When we have begged the world to come here Jamaica and help Jamaicans, then the same Jamaica regime of over $24 billion for a private man, while people out suffer. No food, no water, no shelter. Sleeping out of a tarpaulin and cardboard and you name it. And you have to take up 24 billion Jamaican dollars to a private man will collect money every day. The same couldn't watch JPS till long they were cut off their light. And you, Darrell Vaz, are going to say light, water, school, roofing is not essential. The light is more essential than that. When you run the light down there, we have to put it on the tarpaulin them. Eh? A tarpaulin them, put it on. An opposition leader, my Prime Minister, Mark Jefferson Golden, we know that you come off a good table. We know you're a man of integrity. And we know that you go by the rule of law. And I want to say something to you. Sometimes you have to hold the bull by the horn. And I'm asking you to use every tool in the toolbox, every spanner, every screw, every screwdriver, every wrench, everything, to do something about this 150 million going to JPS, plus 50 more million. My opinion, I feel that this is a cronyism, a nepotism, because we don't hear nothing from no JPS representative on the Vaz. And when Andrew Wallace and Vaz are tell lie, then go punch up at their lungs. We know that we watch them.
SP, no give a minute.
Right.
No give a minute for wrap up, you know. Come on, take some more calls. Go ahead.
Yeah, and all things you put out is something.
Okay.
They must put up with something for me.
All right, no worries.
And diaspora people, me have a little, me a beg. I'm not afraid to beg, I'm an artist. Me all stop gone. And me a beg a little donation. I see me get the performer invite there. Anybody can put something to it. Me greatly appreciate it. Because Me now get not out of 150 million. You gone to JPS. So me now no hope. We now no hope. So me a beg you know. Anything you can put to you. God bless you, because me now work right now. So if I am $5, anything.
All right. OT, what we do is OT, we get something up so that people can. We should have do is start a GoFundMe. Should start a GoFundMe.
Me don't know if it's, me don't know if it's
we talk to
I don't know about that. Somebody have to teach me.
We talk to. I'll have you converse with OT. OT,
Okay.
she's versed in that area as well as many more areas. So I mean, no, she did a laugh now, but so we'll talk.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that.
All right.
Well, let's make me wrap up now.
Go ahead, please wrap up quickly. We have some calls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I make a say to the diaspora people once again. We, the Jamaican people, we thank you. We appreciate you. We pray that God may cover you and your family and give you strength, energy, and thank you for no love or no support. But for those diaspora people who are support the regime, I don't think you need anything more to see that your family in Jamaica are suffering because of the regime. They are not good for the Jamaican people. Right? And with that, I yield back.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thanks. Take care of yourself. Be well. Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Comrades with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I got 2 points to make. First one, let's start off with the school bus thing.
Yes.
Am I on Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes. You're on the program live and direct.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good night. I got
Good
2
night.
points to make today. Let's start off with the school bus thing.
School bus. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. All right. Jamaican people don't understand how the school bus system work. All right. Those buses wasn't buyed by Jamaica. Jamaica didn't pay for those buses. Those buses was given as grants to all Caribbean country. What Jamaica people don't understand that the school bus system in America is declined. Is the school bus system is cutting. They're cutting it out because the government says there's a lot of waste of money, right? So it's mostly the disabled and the needy children take school bus now. The regular children don't take school bus anymore. They go on the regular bus.
Okay.
Right to school, right? So after 5 years, all of these school buses are depreciated. So they're not on the book. All right. All motor vehicles depreciated after 5 years, but school bus is depreciated after 12 years. But they're not making any money, so it's just waste of time they have them. So they grant them to country. You get maybe 10, maybe 5, whatever the country. Every country get. Dominican Republic get, Haiti get, Jamaica get, Trinidad get, everybody get, right? So they didn't buy these buses, but they're using the assumption to tell people that they buy these buses. They get them as grants because America not going to sell a deep-rated bus that have no lifetime for America again. You know that already, Rattigan. You know that. That's how the school bus thing go. So they need to stop that trauma, telling people about, oh, we pay 100 million. I just asked them for the invoice, the bill of sales.
Okay.
Just ask them for the bill of sales. And you say they do have a bill of sales for you because it's a grant they get.
Okay.
Secondly, now, let's talk about the electric thing. No private company must own or can own more shares than the government in a government institution. The government must have 10%, everybody is up under 10%. At the next 50 people must have under 10%. That means the government still have control over it. If the government is going to give these people 150 million, thousand, whatever, and that means the government is paying for everything fixed. These people not putting out anything. So these people can pick up their bag tomorrow and just walk away with $150 million. Just like that. Because these people have their lawyers to defend them. That's number one, right? Number two, if these people need money to finance JPS, all you have to do is put it on the stock market tomorrow morning. And you cannot put a government entity on the stock market without the government approve it. So yes, it's another ring of roses that again, right? So this is a catch one and a catch two and a catch three. This money is going in somebody's pocket.
Okay.
But we don't know whose pocket yet because they're using a name to swing the money. You understand me? It's easy to fix. Listen, the public services as wires, light posts, concrete or board. If the government said them own 19% and the company own 80%, spend your money, you making all the profit from it. Spend your money and fix it back. Just like America here. All right, I live in New York. The state can't tell National Grid or Canadian, can't give the taxpayer money to National Grid or Canadian to fund no project at all. No project at all. None of that. The state cannot give National Grid or Canadian any money to fund any project. They will make millions and billions and laugh off away every day. Right? They don't need no money from the state, not the city, not the federal government now. Right? So the government for come clean with that, and the people in Jamaica for pressure them. And third, Jamaican people, Anti-Onis is nobody really. But you don't understand that. Him is nobody. You understand me? So don't stop talking like Anti-Onis or any creator, any great guy. He's nobody. Bars, worse nobody. Don't put in the mind on them people. When you must do, just find some good people and elect some good people for running a country.
All right.
But Jamaican people only must open business. If you don't open business, the country can't run good. When you can't just a string out on an hand like this and I say beg. Now start open small business. Don't care small the businesses.
All right.
Right? And from that small business, it generates tax income and it generates taxes. And it's not really taxes Jamaican run the country. It's manufacturing. If you're not getting manufacturing in the country not going to work well, because it's like this Jamaican people. If the government make a budget of $4,000 for the year, and that 4,000, Anglo got that 4,000 go circle in the country for the food. The Anglo got making 8 and 10% taxes on it. That can't do nothing for the country. That can't fix the country. You have to have money coming in by manufacturing. That means you have something selling, either international or locally. But what's saving Jamaica? You have the tourism money that the remittance money that come in, but nobody can give a count for, because you don't know how much money will come next year, you know how much money will come the next year, and the other year, and the other year. So that's the money that's saving Jamaica.
All right. Now we'll leave it there, so come you'll jump on some other call, but thanks for your comments and thanks for the support. All right?
Yeah.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. Call a good night. Welcome to Cover Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Ratty.
Yeah, you can talk up a little bit louder. I can't hear you.
You hear me now?
No, you're still low.
I don't know what's going on, Roger. You're not hearing me?
All right, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, greetings again. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, man. Miss P touch a good point there. And the question Miss P asked this evening, I call Andre Stevens' show today and asked the guy the same question that Miss P asked you. Right? And the question is, okay, if Jamaica Prime Minister have $150 million to lend it, right, to a company, right, JPS. Now, my question is, why is it they're looking help from different countries? This is the question. Why is it they're looking help? If they have it like that, Rattigan, if Jamaica have it like that, Jamaica Prime Minister have it like that, to learn in this time, when we need it more than anything else. All the people that get damage in Melissa, right? We need every little penny right now.
Let me ask you a question.
Now tell me this.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. Yes.
Let's say that there was no catastrophe bond, no payment of 150 million. Would the government still lend JPS 150 million?
Oh my God. I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
The reason why I said that is because what they are getting now from all the different countries, okay, they would get it.
Indeed. I agree with you. I agree with you.
They wouldn't get it. So they wouldn't have it. to give it like that. But because, let me say something to you again.
Sure.
Sorry about it.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. This is the reason why they are trying to block out Mark Wallen and all the MP there, the PNP out of these things, because they don't want them to get into these things. This is why they block them out. Because so Mark Wallen going to take record for everything. So this is why you see him and him following them in cronyism don't involve Mark Wallen in whatsoever going on.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, Rattigan, believe you me, Ratty. Let me say this to you. We have to stop that now and move towards them right now up by the parliament here. Westmoreland people, Hanover people, St. Elizabeth people, Manchester and St. James, name them out, all of the people them. Get up, man. Get up and go up there and stand up. You understand me? Andre and Marvin, well, we can arrange something. I live here, I'm overseas here. But trust me, believe you me, you never know how willing to go there too. Enough is enough, man. Enough is enough, Ratty. Enough is enough. What more? What more they are trying to suck out of us?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Actually, I was thinking about it when I first heard it. And I said, what is so significant about 150 million? Why didn't they say we're going to give you 200 million? Or we're going to finance the whole thing? We'll give you a loan for the whole thing. Or we're going to give you 50 million. Why did they 150? And it just so happens that they're getting 150 from the cat bond. So it looks like this is the money. And them say it's coming from the consolidated fund. Well, guess what? The cat bond will be placed in a consolidated fund. So it's just in and out. So that money is going to them. But the question I have for Mr. Vaz is this, and for people who support Mr. Vaz's position, is given the circumstances that we're aware of right now, talking about going by the facts as they've been laid out to us. If this wasn't government, if Mr. Vaz had this as a private business, would he grant that loan?
He would never.
No. You know why? You know why he wouldn't grant that loan? No, but even if he had, you know why he wouldn't grant that loan? Not the only reason, but one of the reasons why he wouldn't grant that loan? Because it would be his money.
You're perfectly right.
It would be his money. When him use taxpayers' money and them lose it, it's no big deal. But when it's his personal funds, him going to pay careful attention to it, and he would not grant that loan, I submit to you. He wouldn't. And people, this is a simple proposition, When you see politicians do these things, just ask yourself, if they had to do it in a private setting, would they do it? Private setting involving their money. Would they do it? And I guarantee you that without asking them, you would come to the conclusion that at least 9 out of 10 times, you wouldn't do it. And if you wouldn't do it, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't. They're doing it because it's not their money. So them can't just do whatever they want.
Ratty, why do you think I would take my money, okay, when I know there's no assurance of getting it back, or I don't know, where, I would get back this money or whatever to lend to you, and I don't know where I get it back.
Right.
It makes sense?
Right. Or here,
this thing
let me just add.
Every part of me.
Let me just add to what you're saying.
Inside of me.
Let me just add to what you're saying. I would lend you the money. I'd loan you the money, right? And then I said to you, here's it, right? And people, we're going to break it down to some common denominators now, so everybody can understand. Carla, I have a whole car. Car give me problem. Me sell you the car. right? We sell you the car, you know. You come to me and say, later on, and say, boy, you want to borrow money from me to fix up the car. Right? The car no worth nothing. Me, I go give you the money, and you go give you money worth far in excess of the value of the car, and then me turn on and say to you, say, well, if you don't give me back my money within 5 years, then take the car. Remember, no, the car no good, and me sell it to you. The car no good. Yeah. JPS people don't have to understand that JPS was once owned by the government, and the government sell it off because they weren't making money.
Okay, believe you me, and I'm telling you, I strongly believe. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me, Ratty?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I strongly believe. Okay, those money that you see Darrell Vaz, thief in Darrell Vaz, and I'm going to repeat it, thief in Darrell Vaz, right? And the reason for me to say he's a criminal is because of the bus saga and many more. Evidence is there to prove. You want to show the evidence, everybody show the evidence. He's a criminal. You see that money, remember, and this is something that I want to make on people, as you explain it already, to look on and look deeply in, right? Just as they get that relief money, okay? Remember, that money's come directly, for the hurricane, it come directly to deal with Jamaica, deal with the Jamaican people. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay. So why is it, okay, you're going, as it comes, you're gonna lend it to a company who can more than support their own business? And as a matter of fact, right, those companies, they cannot run without the insurance. They have big insurance on them. So what happened to those insurance money?
Well,
why they can't
them can't use insurance for help. Yeah. One of the things that people shouldn't forget also is that if you had to do it proportionately, if you had to say, okay, I'm have 150 million and I'm going to give to this group of people, how many of you realize that the Jamaican government would be entitled to 30 million out of that 150? If you had to give money up proportionately, because them own 20% of the company. Them own almost 20%, 19 point something percent. Yeah. So like I said before, so it's the government. When Mr. Vaz is speaking, he's speaking as if it's a completely private company. No, here's the thing. It's considered, government is involved, but it's not considered a government entity, because for it to be considered a government entity, the government must have, I think it's 51% of the ownership of the company or the shares. I think it's 51. They must have a majority. They have 51 considered a government entity. Here they only have 20%. They have 20%. So it's a private company, but the government is involved. So then it would be, here is the thing. Here's the thing I want to ask. The people who represent the Jamaican government on the JPS board, what is their take? What is their position? What have they said? Have they said we agree with this loan? Because then it would be the government asking the government to give it a loan. It would be the government and the government friend them asking the government to give a loan. So you can understand why these terms, the terms nebulous, the terms cloud. We don't know what the term. Up to now, I don't think we know what the interest rate is. And when you're in a position of strength, you don't negotiate about interest rate. You tell them take it or leave it.
So Ratty, you know what I would like you to do. I don't. It's an advice or what, but try get some documents towards that. from the river or the parliament. Try getting.
I will. I promise you, I will. I haven't tried to get any of these documents because the story just broke like the day before yesterday. But I will try. But I can tell you right now, Mr. Vaz he's not in the mood to share any documents with me because he should have shared some documents with me concerning the school buses. And he's in violation of the he's in violation.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
They think they don't know you. They know you now. All of them know you now. And they know what type of person you are. Okay? So let me say something to you. They are not, as a matter of fact, they are afraid to share anything pertaining to freedom thing with you right now. Let me say this here. Is one of they are not going to do it, and if they even if one or two persons here do it, I'm telling you, it's a hard thing on their head. They're not gonna just do it so easy.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because they know who are you. Them afraid for you, Ratty. Ratty, them afraid for you like a puss. As a matter of fact, we're not even afraid of puss anymore. You know Anaconda? You know
Anaconda, yeah.
Yeah. Them afraid for you, Ratty.
Yeah.
Them afraid for you, Ratty. Ratty, man, let's say something to you now. Let me tell you the truth. They know say, they know say, you alone can sink the whole of them up the sun. You think so they don't know that? You think so they don't know that, Ratty?
Well, put it this way. I'm gonna put it to you like this. If they never know, them know now, right?
I'm looking at the right way. But the whole of them buried in one box.
Well, let me put it like myself. I'm put it to you like this. If them never know, them know now. But where is it? LMCE, LMC-ing, the better approach is going. That's an option. That's a smart option for the Jamaican government. Since we have good credit, right? We could have been the guarantor for this loan. We could have said to them, since we are on the JPS board, right? We own 20% of JPS. We could have gone out in the market and said, okay, we will stand by JPS's loans. So if you can't get the money from JPS, then fine. And then you have people on the board, so there should be no secrets. You have people on the board. But that's one way that they could have done it. They could have become a guarantor, and then they wouldn't have to pay the 150. Them could have used that 150 and help out Western Jamaica. That's what they could have done. But and then he said something. He said something about negotiators are coming from the UK. I think he said. So who's paying? Who
said that?
Yeah, who's paying those negotiators? We don't have negotiators in Jamaica, or are they Jamaican negotiators who are on vacation in the UK and they're returning home? I don't know what I mean by that. And also with these kinds of arrangements, and there's usually some charges in there, some finder's fee, some kind of hidden charge for somebody to make some money. It's not a straight up transaction, there's some kind of fee inside there. We need to see the contract and we need to find out what's going on.
I'm going to say something to you.
Yeah.
This JPS with this money business, something is not right. Because let me say something to you. The amount of extra bill that JPS charge the Jamaican people. I'm just gonna give one example. I have my house in Jamaica, right? And my mother lives downstairs. My mother is 290. All right.
God bless her.
And them old people there, them going early.
Yeah.
Turn off the light and gone in. Sometimes when I go to Jamaica, and sometimes when I ready with her, just sit down and talk to my mother. Sometimes I have to wait until the next morning before I can talk to her. Because they're going very, very early.
Right.
And I'm going to say this to you. Them turn off the light and gone in. Believe it. And my brother called me the day and told me the light will come to. 16,000. I said, for what? One time, all right. I think it's in September before the election. September, yes, before election. My brother said this the light will come to 36,000. Remember, my mother alone.
Wow.
My mother alone.
Mm.
My mother have a TV, and I'm gonna say this to my mother don't watch a TV.
Mm.
I'm telling you the truth. 36,000. Then right it. Let me say something here. All these money that they are pulling off us, robbing us. You want to tell me so they don't make as much where they can maintain them own company? Come on, man. Something is not right, man. Something is not right. This. Remember now, right? Look at it. Just as they get the money in their hand, right? It is that they come together and as a matter of fact, it look like them plan it before they even get the money. Them plan this thing before they get the money. Who them gonna deal with it? You understand me? I'm robbing the money. Let me tell you something, Rocky. Jamaica will never see that money. Jamaican people will never see that money. That money will never ever spend on the Jamaican people.
Yeah. No.
That money will never ever spend on the Jamaican. I don't know. If the foreign government can come in and step on it, look into it. Look into these things and see how Antoine is, is a weapon, is a dangerous chemical. Antoine is himself and the followers. There are some dangerous chemicals in the Jamaican people. Trust me. Right now, let me tell you something right here. Believe you me. All the chemicals that you hear them say, them the spoon of the year whatsoever, and whatsoever they do for kill people, all the chemical where you say they put in a food and all that. Let me tell you, and you want to send a color more dangerous than the chemical. My brother, more people want to get in cars. So God bless you. Yeah?
All right. Take care of yourself, your brethren. Big up yourself. Yes.
Take care, my brother. God bless and thank you.
All right. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Keep up the good work, my brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Interesting calls tonight. Listen, I have two questions for Minister Vaz. And before I ask the two questions, let me just say that. Let me just take this call. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason. It's Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Turn on your device, please. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Ratty.
Yeah, man.
How are you?
I'm all right. Good. Talk to me. What's going on?
Yeah, man. I'm just calling. I was listening to the program and just calling about the that JPS thing there.
Yeah.
Not only the JPS, but I mean, when you have that kind of company and JPS, they're supposed to when you get that kind of contract, you're supposed to fully insure before you can get any contract like that.
Yeah, and then also keep in mind that the Jamaican government sits on the board. Jamaican government owns almost 20% of that company. So you have to ask yourself, why, if they didn't have insurance, why didn't they have insurance to protect Jamaica's interest? Why?
Yeah, and the other thing about that is that they have, as far as I understand, the contract they have, they guarantee to make profit.
Look, they made about 70 plus million US dollars profit over the last 3 years.
Yeah, because I was discussing with somebody and telling me, I never said you're going in any contract and you guarantee to make profit.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is nonsensical. Look, I was just about to ask Minister Vaz two questions before you came on, and here are the questions. I'll throw them out while you're on the line.
Yeah.
The two questions I would ask Minister Vaz, two very simple questions. Minister Vaz, please tell us the pros of this agreement. Please tell us the benefit of this agreement. And then we want you to tell us the cons of the agreement, the deficits of the agreement, because the agreement is not perfect, cannot be perfect. So tell us the good things about it, and tell us if any concerns that you might have about the agreement. And if the man says to you, I have no concerns about the agreement, then you know that this is a man that you cannot trust with your money. If he says, because it's an investment.
This is a guy you cannot trust with any kind of money, because this guy sell that room's property in St. Ann under value.
True.
Nobody know when with it. Nobody know when with the bus money. in family by the SSL building under dubious circumstances. After all that stuff go down.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you're listing some things here that are concerning, and some of them I know to be factual.
Yeah,
because I have the Contractor General's report regarding the rooms on the beach, one. And then, there are questions about the buses. And then there are questions about the property that he tried to lease from the government. And there are so many things. But again, people, all you have to do is ask him, what's right about this deal? And what are you? Is there anything that you're concerned about with this deal? Just ask him them two questions. You don't have to be an economist, a financial expert, a political wizard. You don't have to be any of those things to ask him these questions. Just common sense questions.
Follow the money. Follow any one of them guys of JPS shares.
Well, that should be available through the statutory declarations. The problem is that we have a commission. It's not even an integrity commission. The electrical company
were coming in. Do they connect to anybody in Jamaica? Anyone in politician?
Well, we'd have to go back and look at that. To see if, as you said, any connection between the South Korea and the Japanese companies. If there are any connections between the companies and the people on the board, or any politicians, who else buy shares?
No big contract.
Yep. I mean, it stinks. It stinks, and I just don't like. But one of the things that I'm mindful of is that I don't have the contract in hand, and so I'm only going by what the minister himself said. I would love to get that contract to go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
Because believe me, people, I am sure as I sit here, I'm going to find things wrong with it. I am 100% sure if I get that contract in my hands and with my little bird brain and with the time when I'm going to spend on it, I am going to find things wrong with it. Yeah, man, my little bird brain small, but it a function. I am going to find things wrong with it.
Yeah, man. And to the Prime Minister, you see, I seen in Parliament acting up and him is pliable. The Prime Minister is pliable and adaptable to the truth. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And with honesty, he's same flexible and pliable, same way. You cannot believe him.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, when I noticed, I've been watching when he go to the Parliament, he's always shouting and acting petulant like a child.
I tell you what, babe. Let me tell you something. You see, and sometimes I cringe when I hear some of the questions asked of ministers, because there's a technique to asking questions. There's a technique that will force a minister, If you ask the question properly, him can't raise his voice.
Yeah.
Cannot raise him voice. If you ask the question properly, he cannot. You trap him. He can't raise his voice because there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. And raising your voice, believe me, the way you ask the question, cannot raise his voice. He cannot raise his voice, and he cannot answer you.
But I noticed that's only happen when he addressing the Jamaican people, him have contempt for them. When he was talking to Rubio, he was very submissive.
Of course.
You could all hear his voice.
Of course. You know them say, where you're bound, you must obey. Where you're bound, you must obey.
He contempt for the Jamaican people. When he talk to when he sing about the UN, I've been looking on the way he speak, when he talking to the Jamaican people, and when he talking to anybody from any other country, he's subdued, he control himself.
Listen, he has family in the Florida area. I need a visa to go see them, right? So that's what I'm saying. Where you're bound, you must obey. Because when he's talking to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he knows that this man has the power to just cancel his visa, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's just one of the things that the State Department could do to him. Him know that. So he have to be respectful. He have to be very careful when he talk to them people. But when him come out to the Jamaica, and part of it is because when they ask him questions that give him an out, and when him see an opening, him start shout on the top of his voice and run through it. Well, listen, I'm not telling the people, not telling them. If him give me a chance, for him, if him give me.
I mean, him have no respect for the Jamaican people. Him can talk to them anyhow and shout at them and lie to them and steal from them and all that stuff.
All right. You know, I always show the example of the South African Parliament because I just admire the way them guys and the American Congress though, how them ask questions of responsible people, right?
Yeah.
I love the way them ask questions, but by no means, people, should you believe that what I'm saying is that Jamaica don't have people who can ask them questions. What I'm saying is that Jamaica doesn't have enough of those people asking the questions. So what I'm saying, we have them in Jamaica now, but they're not asking the questions. Now I'm going to play you a clip. I'm glad you come on, Bim. I'm glad you come on. Stay with me on the line because I'm going to play this clip and I'm going to show you how a Jamaican politician, right?
Yeah.
Drape up a responsible person. And what I want you to watch, it's a small clip, but what I want you to watch carefully the body language. And then we're going to talk after. Here it is.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. Here we go.
Aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributing. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate, for example, that the World Food Kitchen was one of our stronger partners. To date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That would have been
that's hot meals.
Right, so they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 116, you also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people.
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
That is ideal.
That is ideal. So with this number, which would have indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times. Which one is the more likely circumstance?
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right. So for the 5 periods that would have existed since the hurricane, you have distributed enough food for 1 per family. So if it is one per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete it this week.
An economist, financial expert,
People, wanna talk to me? Bim, talk to me. Well, first of all, on notice the body language. Oh yeah, all right. Ilya noticed it, right? You notice when the conversation started, it was relaxed. You never see him hands. And as the questions got tougher and tougher and more revealing of his ignorance, you see him start to this. And then there were some pregnant pauses. He can't answer. But for him, he was answering. Now, one of the first things he said to Damien was, when Damien asked him about the number of care packages issued, he said, I think it was. I think. No. We don't know. We don't want to know what you think. This is not a question asking about what are your thoughts. This is a question asking you for a number, to confirm a number. And if you are in charge of, let them call it, Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, and remember now, they removed Richard Thompson from that job and gave it to you because them say them want it to be seamless and they want to be collaboration and cooperation across government. And you are the fittest person in Jamaica to do that because you have big degrees and you have enough experience. Well, one of the things you must have when you come to the table like this, you must have accurate numbers. You must have your numbers. So when the first thing him said was, I think it was, and if I were there, and if you notice how Damien did it, beautiful, beautiful, didn't raise his voice. You see, when you know the facts, when you know the answers, you don't have to scream. You don't have to do that. And him never do it. Him just ask him as a matter of fact the questions. But I would have jumped on him when he said, I think. And I said, what do you mean you think? Do you know the number or you don't know the number? Because if you tell me, say you know the number, then tell me. If you say you don't know it, then what are you doing in front of us? Because you're in charge of this. You're supposed to be coordinating across government. So you and your staff are supposed to compile all the numbers. So when you come in front of the politicians to explain to the politicians and the country what you're doing, you're supposed to give them accurate numbers. Now, if you notice, what he said, he talked about this food, this group that served 1.3 million. You notice he didn't say, I think it's 1.3 million. He said 1.3, jump on the number there, because they fed him that number and him thumb suck it. And so him come and him can just say 1.3 million. And people say, wow. But then when they say, well, how about the care packages? I think, I'm not sure, maybe. I have to go find out. So then he talked about the possibility of certain things. And you could tell that this man is drowning. This man is drowning. And this is the person that our Prime Minister said is the person who he has the confidence in to run this organization. Take it over and run it. And he's going to collaborate with cross government, and that he's the fittest person. And he has all this experience and all of this. Come on, people. Come on, big up yourself, Damien. And you see how the man look. You saw the man look uncomfortable when the question him start hit him. When the question him start jack him up. Him start. People, look, it's a short clip. Play it again. It's worth. When I saw this, I said, yes. Yes, wish we had more people in DM like Damien asking the questions, because believe me, Jamaicans are very resourceful, very bright, very intelligent people. But sadly, we are fearful, especially some of the journalists in Jamaica, some of the politicians. We're fearful. And we don't have that spirit, that energy. We don't have the courage. And as a result, we don't have the wherewithal to ask the tough questions. But here's one politician who asked the tough questions.
Aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributing. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate.
Not in my notes here. People, this man is in charge of he's in charge for distribution of packages coming from the government side, you know. And also from international partners giving, you know. Those numbers are readily available. You can go on the US government, the State Department website, and they'll tell you how many packages they gave out in Jamaica. Because they have videos and they have statements. They have all of this. They have all of this. And him no know, not in my notes now. So I go and ask him, when are your notes? When are your notes? What you sit down, you come here and you look. This is not a surprise visit, you know. This is a planting. You know you're coming here to answer questions about your responses to the disaster in Jamaica and the steps you're taking to resolve it and comfort and assist and take care of the people. So you're supposed to come with answers. As OT said, you're supposed to come with answers. But him come and say it's not in my notes. Then would have said to him, say, yeah, well, man, you waste for time, you know. You waste for time. When you have things in your notes, I would have run him. I'd have said to him, say, do me a favor, please. In order not to further embarrass you, please leave. Come back with a full package. Come back with everything. Come back with I'd tell him, say, these are the things we want to know. Come back. Right? Here we go.
For example, that the World Food Kitchen was one of our stronger partners.
Yeah,
to date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That would have been
that's hot meals.
Right. So they.
There's another deflection. The man asked him about packages. He might tell him about hot meal. Everybody and their mother know that a hot meal is not a care package. A hot meal is where you stomp in a line, them give you food, you eat it. That's it. Care package is something different. It's a bag with food products in it that you have to go prepare for yourself. It's not prepared. Everybody knows this. And them try to deflect now and go over this and talk about 1.3 million hot meals. Nobody not talk about hot meals. I would have said to him, say, look, it looked like I asked you the wrong question and you get the right answer. Or I asked the right question and you get the wrong answer. Because I never asked you about hot meals. I will get to hot meals, but I'm not there yet.
We'll give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 100
and also people, I just want you to look at his body language. You see how erect and straight he is. You can't see his hands. You can't see his hands. Let me just go back a little bit so you take another look at him. This is when you know people have issues.
So they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 116, you also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people?
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
Mm-hmm.
That is ideal.
That is ideal. So with this number, we should have.
That answer, no, I mean, I accept the answer that is ideal. 20 days, you have 4 days, 5 family, 5 rotation, 5, 4, 20, right? The ideal, just tell me, say, yes, that is it.
Indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times? Which one is the more likely circumstance?
See, now?
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right. So
one for
the 5 periods that would have existed since the hurricane, you have distributed enough food for 1 per family.
Look, it's simple. 20 days. And him say 1 package can serve for 4 days. So where the man I said to him say is that is 4 into 20, 5 4 is 20, right? So it's 5. It say you get either 5 rotation, meaning that 1 family either get 5 rotation, or you have 5 families getting 1 rotation. That's where it come down to. It's very simple. I don't know why am I and this man is supposed to be the big brains behind them things, yeah?
You have distributed enough food for 1 per family. So if it is 1 per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
See, so the hand movement, you know?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into
Instead talk Spanish or what that, Greek. I don't know what kind of language that. The reality of it, well, I've got 2. I don't know what kind of language that. You know, you're Damien said to him, say, sorry, come and say, we I don't know. The question turned this man in a E that stagger him start speak a foreign language.
Be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into low.
The rotations.
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been.
We've been back in the location to deliver products. If I laugh, me dead. Him turn fool. Him stunted now, you know. Him forget the term care packages. You hear him say, no, we'll go back and we deliver products.
Be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete it this week.
This man is displaying the Peter principle. There's such a principle that says you rise to your level of incompetence. That's where he is right now. He has risen to the level of incompetence. This is the man spearheading the relief restoration initiative. And you know why it is a problem? Tell you why it's a problem. It is a problem because this man is a military man. Military man, you don't engage him in discussions. You issue orders. So he has no idea how to hold a discussion with anyone. At least anyone with the competence of the questioner. Damien. He doesn't know. And that's why the Prime Minister wants him, this man in the office. And that's why the Prime Minister has the plenipotentiary ambassador, Rocky Mead. That's why the Prime Minister, him have them people in them office. You know why? Because when the Prime Minister said jump, their job is to say how high. Their job is never to say, why am I jumping? Why? They're not trained to have discussions. They're trained to follow orders. That's why we're seeing this display. Very, very poor performance. Big up yourself, Damien. And if I were in that, and I said, Damien, when you're done, pass him on to me, then let me just finish whatever meat left on the bone. Just pass it to me. Just pass it to me. Bim, you there? Oh, Bim gone. But these are the people in charge. These are the people in charge. You're right, Elaine. It sounds like Spanglish. Him start speak a language that Damien have to ask him what he must say. No clue. No clue. No. Let me say this about the Paul Buchanan case. If Paul Buchanan is successful, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Oh, Jeffrey Rattigan, yeah, Mr. Saul. Hey, let me just put this off. Jeffrey, you're right. Jeffrey, I have another one. With Saul's. Ashley Saul's. I have about 2 or 3. The man would have killed them in a parliament, man. The man would have killed them in a parliament. Kill them in a parliament. And Damien is the similitude of Mr. Sauls. Or Mr. Sauls is the similitude of Damien. Actually, I'd say the former. Because I've been watching him for a while. More so asking these types of questions in parliament. More so than I've watched Damien. But Damien good. Damien good. But going back to the Paul Buchanan case. And let me just say this to Minister Tufton. I know that you are preparing yourself to become the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. I know this. You have made your intentions abundantly clear. That you aspire for higher office. And if you're a minister now, the only higher office I can think of is Prime Minister. And your day is coming soon. Yes, indeed. God willing, it's coming soon. Go and prepare yourself. I know you must be sitting there and gleefully wishing that the judge on the 8th of December is going to say that the election in what is it? West Central St. Andrew is null and void. You're waiting to hear those words. Because the moment you hear those words, you know, and the rest of your crew, you and the rest of your crew know that it simply means that we don't have a prime minister at that point. And we don't have an MP. And therefore, the party will then have to submit a name to the Governor General and say, this is a person in whom we have confidence to lead the majority of us in Parliament. So, December 8th, people, is a pivotal moment in Jamaican political history because it could mean the end of Andrew Holness as we know him. Could be the end of Andrew Holness. Because if it's declared null and void, they have to put up another name. They have to put up a name because there's no prime minister. And that means that it can't be Andrew Holness. You know why? Because if it's declared null and void, Andrew Holness is no longer a member of Parliament, and you cannot be a prime minister in Jamaica unless you're a member of Parliament. Civics lesson. You must be a member of the House of Representatives in order to become prime minister. You can't be a member of the Senate and be prime minister, because those positions are appointed. It must be an elected position. Must be an elected position. So here's how it's going. Here's the likely scenario. If the judge says, no, the election's fine, then folks, we have a duty. And that duty takes effect immediately. We then have to put our funds together and support the appeal. Not because of the candidate or the person, but because of the principle, the sanctity, the purity of the election process. We don't care who the candidate is or who the party is. Fact of the matter is, the law says that you must, if you've lost the election, you file your submissions, you file your affidavits with the constituted authority. They then have to provide those to the election court. They have to file on your behalf. And then the election court, they will look at the evidence and decide whether the election should be declared null and void. They're the only ones can do that. That's the principle we're fighting for. If the court says it's null and void, we have no prime minister. Or if the court says send it back to the constituted authority sends it up to the election court says null and void, we have no prime minister. We have no MP for that constituency. Within 28 days after that, 28 days, they have to have an election, 28 days. But before they can have the election, they have to submit a name to the real brogad, the Governor General. And then he will say, okay, fine. We'll appoint that person as Prime Minister. And should the Prime Minister win, he'd come back and he'd be, I don't know, a backbencher. But you can just imagine the embarrassment. Although some people would say him not no shame. But just imagine that. And should he lose the election? Because if it's declared null and void, here's what we have to do. We have to get everyone involved, all hands on deck, and we have to get CAFE involved. We have to get OAS involved, Organization of American States. We have to get the Carter Center involved. We have to get the UN involved. We have to get a whole range of organizations to exert oversight of this election. It's one constituency, so we can flood it. So guess what now? The double voting can't take place. The intimidation can't take place. The detour from the arranged route from where the initial count is conducted to where the final count is going to be conducted can't take place. The violation of the 100-meter rule can't take place. The intimidation inside and outside the polling station can't take place. And we would also ask that those bodies exerting oversight over this election, that one, we have them in every polling division. Every polling station, we have them there to ensure compliance. And two, not only are they present for the initial count, but they're also present for the final count. Because if you recall, back in 1997, 2 polling divisions in which the Prime Minister lost. He lost one of them by 100 and something votes, and he lost another one by 300 and something votes. And if you remember, he won by 150 something votes. He won by 150 something votes. But there were two polling divisions where he lost close to about 450 votes he lost by. Those ballots, to this day, nobody knows where they are. They were there when they did the initial count. They were there. because people counted them out, and that's how they know, okay, so Prime Minister, he lost by, well, he wasn't Prime Minister. Candidate Holiness lost by 100 and something over here, and he lost by 300 and something over here. That's how they know, the initial count. The Carter Center was there, but the Carter Center left before they did the final count. The final count was conducted 4 days later. And these people trusted the process to say, we did the final count, and whatever we did the initial count, and whatever the initial count is, that will be the result for the final count, because the ballots were counted in front of us. And when they left and the final count was conducted, those two ballot boxes yielded 0, 0, 0. So we're in for some interesting times. Jamaica is always interesting on a number of levels, several levels, but this one politically, I know we're not even talking about the court hearing concerning the illicit enrichment and the appeal by the Prime Minister. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about this. And I know Minister Tufton, I believe he's saying to himself, this is the way that I can capitalize on the opening. Because if he's removed, we can always say it's not us. There's no infighting here. It's Mr. Paul Buchanan. It's the court. It's a constituted authority. It's Hugh Wildman. It's not us. We're not the ones removing you. And the Constitution says we don't have a prime minister, we have to come up with a name. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, there is reason for bad blood between Minister Vaz and the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister, Minister Vaz was one of the people that the Prime Minister gave the undated letter, or had the undated letter to remove them from out of the Senate. If you remember, and that Minister Vaz, Arthur Williams, and I think there's another person who took the Prime Minister to court and won. And won. So we know Minister Vaz, him have it now, have a little thing going for the Prime Minister. And so I was looking at, okay, if they had to remove the Prime Minister, who are the likely candidates? And I realized that they have a very short bench. Minister Tufton. If Minister Tufton can't run the Ministry of Health, or better yet, him run it in the ground, what do you think going to happen with him running the country? Him can't run this ministry. From day one, he hasn't been running the ministry. Did anybody say Cornwall Regional? Did anybody say Market Me? Issues. And those are just two. Floyd Green. Somebody mentioned that to me and said, Floyd Green would be a good candidate. I would love for them to put up Floyd Green, because Floyd Green, there are issues with the Moroccan fertilizer. Deep issues with the Moroccan fertilizer. Floyd Green is involved in that. Somebody mentioned Pernell Charles Jr. He too was involved in the Moroccan fertilizer. The fertilizer that came from Morocco that we essentially sold our vote in the UN to get fertilizer, and then we got the fertilizer, and the fertilizer was supposed to go to farmers, and the fertilizer found its way in the hands of these people when it shouldn't. Somebody mentioned Minister Vaz. Could you imagine Minister Vaz as Prime Minister? We don't want to go down and start listing the reasons why it would be a bad idea. You all know. Mr. Delroy Chuck, Prime Minister. Dr. Horace Chang, Prime Minister. Minister Grange. Oh no. Minister Williams, Faval, that is. No, sir. Some people might say, and I know a brethren of mine, he's very fond of this politician, Marlene Malahoo Ford. Constitutional reform, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Major failures. If not these people, then who? Juliet Holness, Speaker Juliet Holness. I asked a labor right the other day, because I know me have friends all over the place, and I asked a well-placed labor right, elderly person. I asked the person, how many elections have you witnessed in Jamaica? He gave me a number. How many prime ministers have you? How many prime ministers have been in charge of Jamaica? And your relationship with these people? Told me. I said, is the current prime minister liked or not? In general, by the masses. Said no. And the person went on to say, in fact, Prime Minister Holness is the most disliked prime minister I've seen. The most, and this is a laborite telling me this, the most disliked prime minister. So, we shall see. Ed Bartlett. Edmond Estate, I said name, the one that mash up out of St. James. We need to look into that. And also, we need to look into that apartment, that fancy apartment overlooking the Caribbean Sea. Yeah, we need to get those documents. Ed Bartlett, no. Delano Sivright, too young. Who else we have? Who else? What's your name? The lady, the Roscoe lady, former speaker, Dalrymple. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. Mercedes Benz is like a millstone around her neck. Yeah, we talk about the speaker, Juliet. And by the way, oh, you know what? Let me show you guys something here. Take a look at this. Take a look at it. Oh, wait there. Silver boy, I know. Silver boy.
Thanks and commendation to President Ramaphosa for ensuring that issues of climate change, but more important, the issues of resilience building, are front and center in the declaration. It is important that when the global architecture is being developed, that issues that have to do with small island developing states and developing countries, that those issues are center stage. The perspective that there is a trade-off between supporting the climate and supporting economic growth, it's a false dichotomy. I think both things have to be done. There is no economy without the climate. And whether or not the climate change is man-made or natural, you have to recover from the impacts of it. And therefore, resilience building is a bridge where I think both sides of the argument should meet. Thank you.
It's funny, you know, that's at the G20. That's inside the hall. Now, we know that some people reached out to him and they specifically said they wanted to talk to him about an issue revolving around 28 bank accounts and also 28 bank accounts, illicit enrichment, and tainted election. Needless to say, that interview did not take place. It was roundly rejected. Now, there he was talking about climate change, and you know, climate change is part and parcel of the environmental issue. And I found it quite interesting that the Prime Minister is the poster child for environment in the Caribbean. But yet, he allowed Minister Vast to bring in school buses with high emissions, diesel emissions, that the US government said was a problem for the environment. I'm tempted to say, what could go so? Well, that went so. Oh, somebody mentioned Bobby Montague right there. No. And I'll tell you why. Bobby Montague, there are people within the party that would like to see him go. There are people in the party who would like to see him go. And believe it or not, some of it is for classist reasons. It's reason based on class. I won't go any further than that, because if I go any further, I'm going to give up my sources. So we'll just leave it there. Somebody said Matthew Somuda. Matthew Somuda, don't know him left from him right. He's a Daryl Vaz wannabe. He's a Daryl Vaz in training. That's what he is. He might trip over himself. This is a man in charge of water issues enough for Jamaica. I want to see what happened. But the thing is, you can't afford to let these people speak. When I say speak freely, like just all over the place, wide ranging. No, you have to, if you have an issue, prepare your question properly, or prepare your questions. And these people are very easy to trap. Very, very easy. Very easy, because they're all failures. So you don't give them a question like, you never ask somebody like this, what is your, unless you never ask them a last question as what is your opinion about this? No, that should always be the first question. And that question presumes that you have something, because when you ask him what is your opinion, you're supposed to know what he's going to say. You're supposed to know what he's going to say. And you have something ready for him to go say where you expect him to say, and then you just boom and jam him. But you never ask that question as a last question, because that's the last word, and it gives him a chance to just go boom, boom, all over the place, and you don't get a chance to come back. So what is your opinion? Should be a last question when you're questioning these. I mean, it should be a first question. For example, I could simply ask him, like Minister Samuda, simply ask him, what is your opinion on the water situation in Jamaica? You know he's not going to tell you that it's a problem. You know that. He's going to tell you, well, we have this water initiative over here, and we have another one over there, and we're doing this, and we provided water to, 100,000 people over here, and this one, and we're building this. You know that's what he's going to say. So you ask him that question first. And you let him come out, and you just sit back. You don't interrupt him, and you let him talk. And when he's done now, then you start asking about the desalination plant. You start asking about the proposed things in the manifesto and how them never work. And when you ask him to, you ask him in such a way that he has no room to turn, bend, twist, nothing. He must end up doing what this gentleman just did a while ago, like this. And say, I'll get back to you. You ask him, then you give him a little break. You say, when do you think he can get back to us with the answer? And then you let him just, you let him stew and you can just give him a little. But that's how you do those things. So I don't understand how the Prime Minister is a poster child for environment, and yet still we have vehicles coming into Jamaica that are bad for the environment. And he should have known, because it became public information when the Environmental Protection Agency put out their briefing on that. Somebody had mentioned, Audra Marks, the worst ambassador from Jamaica in the history of the country. I'll put it this way, to my knowledge. There may have been people worse than her. I don't know about them. I know about this lady. Colossal failure. Colossal. Didn't do a thing to move the needle for Jamaica. And you know why? Didn't know how to do a thing to move the needle in Jamaica. This is what happens when you put square pegs in round holes, or you try, because it won't fit. This is what happened. Oh, Devon is talking about Minister Mackenzie. Think about it. Think about Minister Mackenzie as Prime Minister. How does that look? Not look good. Not look good at all. Because him would think say him play music in Impala. Him that think is a Sunday. You know, run government, so. You know, run government, so. No, he wouldn't be. He shouldn't be considered. The bench short. Bench is short. So it looks like we're going to end up, if it's declared null and void, we're going to end up with Minister Tufton. And that is going to be fun, because this Saturday, I'm going to show you how you can operate like Minister Tufton and how you can get your friend some contracts. I'm going to show you in violation of the rules. I'm going to show you so that you can look now, because believe me, you're going to see these contracts again. They can't help themselves. Money is a magnet. Them can't help themselves. Them say the money is there to be taken. Money is a magnet, not the people's interest. The bottom line, I remember now they all took an oath to provide what? Service to the people. But they didn't take an oath not to serve themselves first. They didn't take an oath to say, I will not serve myself in any capacity. I will serve the people of Jamaica wholly, totally, solely until my last day in part. No, they never said that. Never said that. So we're going to show you how if you want to get some contracts, we're going to show you how you go about doing that. We're going to show you how you go about violating the rule and then at the same time say, I am not violating the rule. You violate the rule and you're looking at the eye and say, I am not violating the rule. Don't believe your lying eyes. Where you see another that to happen. What you're seeing is not what's happening. I am going to show you that Minister Tufton actually violated the law. And I'm going to show you the law says that anyone who does these things, the things that Minister Tufton is accused, and actually the commission claimed that he did, and they use a reasonable man standard saying that a reasonable person could infer that he did these things. We're going to show you what he did. And we're all reasonable people. So we'll throw it out to you for the judgment. But also his friend, she too is subjected to the law. It didn't say only politicians. It says anyone. Anyone who participates in these things, you're guilty. Or should be charged. Or you violate. Or you this or you that. So it was so disgraceful to watch Minister Tufton yesterday telling people, telling the diaspora that they must put up money and buy a vehicle for the ministry and buy equipment for the ministry. And some of these equipment, they cost more than $1 million, $1 million US. And he's sitting there, I said to myself, well, on that, who did the Auditor General complain about or did a report on? Who did Jam put out a report on? With a lot of money missing. Ministry of Health and Wellness. This man, he's in charge. And he's out now, coming out now, asking for the diaspora. And you notice, oh, we are so important now, diaspora members. And I realize that. You realize that. We are a sleeping giant. We are a sleeping giant. We have so much potential, so much power, and we don't know it. And part of that is because we have some selfish people in the diaspora who see self. They don't see community. So as long as they can rub shoulders, get a few favors from these politicians, they're good. They don't care about the community. And that's why the community is so fractured. Because they throw the crumbs. They throw the crumbs at the feet of some of us. And we pick up the crumbs. And we're good with it. And we look and say, "Abe, you never get none." And me have the minister phone number. Me, when me go to Jamaica, me hang out with the minister. And when them have the big cocktail parties, then me get invited to them. And you not get invited. Somebody put inside the chat right there that the minister is in America. OJLDF is doing a knee surgery, minor knee surgery, I've been told. People think about this. This is the Minister of Health and Wellness. And if he's leaving Jamaica in this time of crisis to come to America to get a minor surgery on his knee, what's the message? What's the message? Talk to me, my people. What is the message? CJ, McCarthy, CJ McCarthy said, wait, Ratty. Any man that shows a side chick on a video interview call and don't care, bro, I respect that. I don't think him did know such a thing in the background. I don't think him would pay attention to that. I don't think so. But people ask the question and nobody's answering. If the Minister of Health and Wellness, who's claiming that we have increased treatment in the medical sector, and we have this and we have that and we have that. Why is he in America getting a minor knee surgery? Why am I not getting a minor knee surgery in Jamaica? Remember me telling you, them going to the what left, because when them sick, when them sick, where them go? Is a short plane ride to Miami. Minister Tufton, are you in Miami? Minister Tufton, I'm speaking to you, sir. Are you in Miami? When did the minor surgery in Jamaica? How many of you, my brothers and sisters, watching me from Jamaica tonight, how many of you, should you get sick, can afford, first of all, they need a visa. But assuming you had a visa, how many of you could actually afford to jump on a plane and come and get some private care in Miami? How many of you? Freedom asked about the drill. Yeah, why them not use the drill on it? No, the drill for neurosurgery. That's why them not drill out him knee. No. But these are the things that you need to focus on, people. These are the things we need to focus on. And if you didn't know, you know now. And the question is, what are we going to do? Look, what did we do? The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and others, we protested. First time in the history of Jamaica that you have a group of Jamaicans who protest against the government in Miami, New York, and Washington, D.C. First time. First time in the history of Jamaica, you find a group of Jamaicans who say we are going to register the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and there's not a damn thing the government can do about it. And we're right. And speaking of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, they're supposed to have an election this month. Is it this month? This month. Ah, there we go. OT put it up. Then they moved it. People, no, so then the Saturday was showing up. Then put it up now, the Gleaner. They postponed it. One part of the article said that it was postponed until December. And another part of the article, the first paragraph says postponed until December or January. And the second part says that postponed until further notice. The two things can't work at the same time. One of them is correct and one is incorrect. Yes, Mr. President, my brother. What I say? Seeing your darkers do. So it can't be right. One of them can't be right. But the important thing is this, people. They said that they're postponing it because, let me see if I can trick you. They said they're postponing it because they don't have enough money to conduct the election. No, that's not it. They said they're postponing it because nobody applied to run. So they're doing it, they're postponing to get more candidates or to get candidates. No, that's not it. They're postponing it because them say Rattigan around. No, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. Here's what they said. Here's what they said. They said we're postponing it because of Melissa. Yeah? OT, right? Answer D or answer C? They said they're postponing it because of Melissa. No, people, listen to this foolishness. You can't take it down, OT. You can move the. We'll deal with it further on Saturday. You can take down the sign. Here's the problem, people. Here's the problem. Melissa did not cause any devastation in America. Melissa did not cause any devastation in the UK. Melissa did not cause any devastation in Canada. Why do I say that? Because the election, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's election, is taking place in those three places. There are other places too, but they're overseas. It's not taking place in Jamaica. In fact, if you don't live in the diaspora, you can't vote. So that rules out almost just about all of Jamaica. So if you live in Jamaica, you can't vote in this election. So if Melissa didn't affect those places, and if we're not going to stand in line, all of this voting is going to be done from a device. Your phone, your computer, your tablet, whatever. You don't have to go to any place and join a line. It take you 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes to vote. And who postponed it? The Jamaican government postponed it. People are open to understand what I'm telling us that them control the thing. The ministry postponed it. Big up yourself. Hold on. Big up yourself, Prezi. Seeing the people, the DJ Righteous. I'm that. Hyacinth Miller. Of course you can vote for me. And I suggest that you go now, Hyacinth Miller, and say OT put it up on the screen there, the ticker at the bottom. Ticker at the bottom. So the ticker there, just go ahead and register for me, because even though they put it off, I think you can still register. You just can't vote right now, but you can register. And here's the key. Judith Hibbert, how can you vote for me? Just register right now, because I can't vote right now. See the thing at the bottom. That connect me. Yeah, it's at the screen, the bottom of the screen. You can go ahead and you can start registering now. I don't know, or at least try to register now, because somebody told me that they were able to vote. I don't know what the hell's going on. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that's gonna really, really shock you. In 2020, in Jamaica, while COVID was raging, they called the election. Where now you have to go stand behind somebody. You have to go queue up and vote and run the risk of contracting COVID. The government asked people to join, to queue up, run the risk of being infected, and come vote. But now, there's no devastation in America from Melissa, and they're saying, no, you can't vote because of Melissa. How does Melissa affect us in the diaspora from voting? How? I need them to answer that. What impact did Melissa cause on our ability to vote in the upcoming election in the US, the UK, Canada? They must tell us that. They must tell us that. GA Farmer said that they won't. I solicitor register said they can't register. Well, OT put something up a while ago saying that they moved the registration date to another date. But see, people, if we had a standalone diaspora organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, free and far from the government of Jamaica, we would be able to register that organization, and then know our brothers and sisters suffering in Jamaica, we'd be able to present umbrella coverage to help. we would be the clearinghouse. We could reach out to all the diaspora organizations that are doing things now and said, listen, let's streamline it. And then when we speak to the government, we could speak with the force of numbers. The Northeast region in which I live has the most Jamaicans, except for Jamaica. The most Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica, you're going to find them anywhere from Vermont to Virginia. That is my region. And we have a representative that most of you have never heard of. And those of you who have seen her, you're not impressed. In fact, you're depressed. Because she not take care of Uno, she not take care of them. It's about self. I can't show the pictures of her, videos of her. She go at the party them. When the ministers them come up, she run, go up, they go rub shoulders with them. She not defend no. But them don't want me. Them call me Robbie Rose and them call me troublemaker. But what I'm doing is righteous. What I'm doing is for the people. I don't need to go to another function. In fact, I know some of the people I'm watching right now who tell me, Mr. Rattigan, you need to get out and go to the function and this and that. And I tell them, no, I want to represent people. I don't want to go represent self. I'm going to function and this and that. If I don't go to another function, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's not about meeting people. It's about doing for people. It's not about meeting people. It's about, and when I say meeting people, I'm talking about meeting these politicians. Not about that. It's about doing things for people. Voter registration. No, President, change it. Them change that. Them change the voter registration period to, oh, wait, don't know. Voter registration period ended January 24th now. January 24th was changed. And the reason it was changed is because Rattigan run. Do it again, OT, Rattigan run. It's not because of Melissa. They tell you it's because of Melissa, but it's not because. Look, people, we have sense. We're not born yesterday. We're not born last night. We're born at night, but not last night. We know what them are do. They might try to set up a little derricks now for trying to figure out how to get rid of me so that me don't run. But mama no raise no fool. If I that them I think, but the 10 steps ahead of them already. I'm not going to tell them my steps, but the 10 steps ahead of them. So them can come with whatever them are come with. Can't keep a good man down. Can't keep a good man down. And then we know see real leadership, we know see real change. Because when me slung in that room there with them, when me slung, and once me walking, them know say it's business. We don't skin up and no like a friend talk or nothing like that. We'll be cordial, we'll be respectful, but we will also be forceful when it comes to our point. And our point is about people, not party, not government, not colors. It's about people. So, 10:46. OT, we could just do it for another 15 minutes. We don't say nobody a call, so might as well just go turn off the phone, you know, and kind of like, let me see what else OT want me to do. We have some things that with Minister Terry Long. Oh, wow, play. What do it Saturday? Play some of the foolishness that he's uttered. Sometimes I wonder if some of them people have a brain, really. Or them just act on emotion. Not this, but. Oh, you want to call in? The phone open. Call, man. McCarthy, you can call. You can the number with the number there, OT. Yeah, Karine. I saw what do it Ron say now. Because here's what happened now. I don't need nothing from the Jamaican government. I don't need a thing from them. I don't need a position. I don't need a job. I don't need money. I don't need favors. I don't need anything from them. And them are no secret for me. And what happened me have a whole heap of secret for them. And that's why I'm feared. So I can't talk without fear. Because we not really look anything from them. You know, them not have nothing what me want. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Good night, brother.
Evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing?
On top of the world, man. Give praises.
Yeah, you need to be. You need to be. And the reason why I going to say that, I remember the days when them days when you used to feel frustrated.
Oh yeah.
Because the sense of purpose never seemed like it did make sense.
True.
What do you think now?
Well, that's a good question.
I'm saying all that based on what you just said a while ago about the little skepticism about why they want to postpone the election.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Here's the deal.
You're right.
Here's the deal.
You're right.
We, and when I say we, I mean me from way up north, so all the way down to everybody on the bottom of Virginia, are not going to allow any procedure which tries to forfeit Wilfred Rattigan from running.
Thank you, sir.
They sound like Kevin Stew now.
Yeah, you sound like Kevin. I wonder if Kevin will listen.
Here's the deal. It has been cleanly laid out. Clear as daylight, with sun shining brightly, that the government should not run the diaspora.
Nah.
Okay? So therefore, let us pursue this thing, because the voices, not of just change, the voices of sense need to be heard. We see too much crazy things that happen. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
And it is plain to see that one of the things that we need to get rid of in Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan, is partisan politics.
I agree.
How are we going to do that? I don't know, but we're going to have to attack that by getting the people with sense. You know what the problem is, Mr. Rattigan? Favoritism. People favor you because their grandfather used to be from your party, and they just cannot walk away from facts. And it is a sad thing when you find, let's say we're part of a football team, and one player breaks curfew all the time, and he breaks every rule, and because he's a member of our team, we can't correct him. You know what that does? That sets the stage up for that moment when we need him on the field to operate. He cannot, because he's been breaking curfew and drinking.
Correct.
And we know, and we have not done anything about it. Almost on.
You sound right, man.
So therefore, you see this little line named Jamaica? I was in a discussion with a couple of people today who says no matter what, and no matter what people say, they got to maintain their little space down there. And I feel the same way, and I share the same view. And what we're seeing is people who get elected, basically, I want to move over the elected out of the way. People get employed to do the country's bidding. They flip the script and start dictating the country's bidding and the country's doing. Oftentimes, as we're seeing now, it carries things over the cliff. And we see some stubbornness And one of the wickedest thing I can see is that when you have people who favor a politician or favor a party, and you're them a brethren, and you can't tell him, say, no, this wrong. That further erodes anything that's supposed to happen good and forward going. So, we are ready. And I hope you know that you were for the ear for a couple of weeks and grumbling to that going in the past.
Really?
Yeah. that space there was left void. I don't remember if Kevin Stewart had done, but we never really. No, I don't think we hear that there was a clamoring for the voices to be heard again.
Well,
and it's been very effective because let me tell you something. There is a campaign now by government to try to debunk, silence, erase, block, gag social media. Because when social media grabs something, they throw it to the far corners of the planet Jamaica. Under every rock and behind every tree. And what is happening when the facts are coming out, it's damaging to the people who are violating, which means people, powers that be. Okay? So, we know when them say social media still, you know, they're including you, Mr. Rattigan.
Well,
and you are any big voice, you know.
Since they might include me, don't go on the web. Let me put up something here and show people why them not like me. Let me show why them not like me. You see this, people? This document here is the terms of reference for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. The one that them claim them have postponed the election in America, in the UK, in Canada because of Melissa. When Melissa now have nothing to do with it, right? Here's one of the reasons why them are postponed it, because me I lick out against them. Look at this right here, and you see when we come with my receipts, we come with the goods and we come with the receipt. So it's like it's kind of difficult for them to come against me. So what they will do is they will come with all kinds of foolishness and nonsense. And like there was one person I had to remove from the chat tonight. And what I said to people is that, listen, if you think I'm wasting time, I'm talking foolishness, then you're a bigger fool than me, because you're allowing me, you recognize that you're wasting time, but you still come over here and let me waste your time. You're wasting time. So you don't have to do that. Since I'm wasting your time, go find something useful to do with your time, man. Not come over here and cuss me out and cause no problems. You come on and you say, I don't like what he's saying. He's telling lies or whatever, despite the fact that I've put up a mountain of evidence. And if you decide you want to interpret it away, even when there is no interpretation other than the truth that I'm speaking, then don't stay and cause no problem. Just take time, just ease off and go. Because if you stay me, I'll get rid of you. But I don't get rid of people because they disagree with me. I get rid of people because they're disagreeable. Not
Ratty,
because they disagree with me.
hello?
Yes, I'm here.
You know one of the biggest things you could ever do in your life? When you correct your own people.
It's true.
So if that is true, then the adverse is the reciprocal. The reverse is the worst thing you could ever do in your life is when your people, your team members, your family doing something wrong, and you endorse, you hide, you protect, you defend it.
Yep.
Is what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, there's this dunce talk which says pass him Christian put in the first.
Yes.
That to me is a talk of ignorance, you know. No, Parson corrects his kid first.
Yep.
That's what should have happened.
And see how me I correct them, yeah. Look, if you look on the screen, move that thing there for the thing for me, OT.
I'm driving, so I can't.
Oh, you can't see. I may read it for you. OT, take off everything. Everything, big up yourself. People, this is a document, you know. This is a document from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. The council that I'm telling you the government runs, you know. And I've shown you this before, but for those of you who have never seen it, you will understand. And for those of you who have seen it before, this is reinforcement of the message. It says governance structure of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, meaning them people are run the thing, right?
Question.
Sure.
Has the nominations been completed?
No, they just postpone it. They just move.
The nominations for not just the voting.
No,
the
they move it. They move the whole thing. They moved the whole thing. Tune in Saturday. We'll put it up on the screen again. Because we'll do a little piece on it and you'll see it.
Wait a minute. They might try shift it till Rattigan now look.
I'm mad people them, man. Me have eyes inside of me, the back of me, the front of me, the top of me. Me have eyes all over.
They forgot where you were.
Yeah.
Where you were.
Them forget. And listen, and even if me forget, you now gonna make me forget, and all of the people, our people, my writers, so that you now gonna make me forget. You will come and say, hey, them open the thing now, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, make me know.
Nominate you.
Exactly. But here what now, Virgin, here what it says. It says governance structure of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That's the title of this section. And it says the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will be led, LED, and supported by 4 individuals. The chair of this group of 4 will be the minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade responsible
for... That is not a diaspora.
There you go.
Not a diaspora.
Yeah. And here, and listen to this. The Undersecretary for Diaspora Protocol and Consular Affairs, government official, is on it. And the Director of the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is on it. You know, so three. The 4th person is a diaspora member. But listen to this. Listen to this. The 4th person is a vice chair, and the key word here is appointed. Appointed by whom? By government, from among the diaspora members of the council. So they have 3 of them own people, 3 of them own ministry people, and they have 1 person who them say, we want to work with this person as the 4th person. So them 4 people are control it. Those 4 people lead and support the organization. Now you tell me, how can, you just said it. How can this be a diaspora organization when the chair, the person who will lead it, is a minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who live in Jamaica?
Let me speak in terms like a man who I greatly respect, Mr. Finzi Smith. He would say something like, that sounds like a serious case of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah, man, a circus, man. It's a circus. It's a joke. And you know what? It even go further now. Them say right here, the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will be the secretariat of this organization, with the director serving as secretary to the council. They must tell you in the diaspora who will run this diaspora organization, and it is not you. They must tell you that, you know. They must say, we are telling you who will be running it, and it's not you running it. We.
So in so doing, whenever anything is to be said, discussed, or to be listened to, heard, said, you're going to have it being declared by them.
Indeed.
So it's just what they see fit for their purposes.
Indeed. And if you read the policy, they tell you that you in the diaspora, you will do what we tell you to do. And we are telling you that our priority is national development of Jamaica. Them not mention nothing about the people in the diaspora who need help, you know. Nothing about the people in the diaspora who need help. Nothing.
Circus. Oh, listen. You know, this is what, the 5th week in the aftermath? This is the 5th week or the 4th?
I think this is a month now. It's a 4th week, I think.
Fourth week.
To that thing, the 4th week, yeah.
And we're still hearing that there are some areas that have been inaccessible and people have not been visited and addressed and helped.
True.
Now, what is that telling you?
Incompetence, man. It's neglect.
Among other things.
It's inaction, neglect. Yeah, go ahead.
Disregard.
Mm-hmm.
It says it's betrayal, because when you get voted to be a ruling administration, it is your bound duty to take care of everyone.
True.
And therefore, anytime any one of your representatives go there and say, "Oh, no, never vote for me," or you go vote for the other people, that is the reason why. Well, you don't have to say nothing more. Once you say that, it tells you a story.
Mm-hmm.
That we don't care about you, we disregard you, We're ignoring you because you did not do what we expected of you. Now, if you look at the next side of this thing, if I'm a politician, right, my administration wins, but they have some places where I never got voted for. Me I go with this to be the nicest person because me I look towards the next election, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I'm saying?
Right.
And if you look at the principles of the teachings of Christ, Christ landing on earth wasn't for the people who were already ready for walk with him. It was a highlight and go to the people who don't know him and do wrongs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, why is it and how can it be that the people who get up on them places, them lecterns and pulpits and stages and make so much noise and tell people that yes, we can, we care, we will. Why is it that they're deviating? Why is it being tolerated?
Well, yeah, you ask some serious questions. You know,
and the next thing about it is,
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, I am a God-fearing human being, but I think the church has come up short, you know, boss. Yeah, you remember this little man named Desmond Tutu?
Yeah.
You remember what he represented? Among other things, he represented that church, right?
Right.
Did that man, who was not a very tall man in stature, did he hesitate to speak about human rights violations, injustice?
No, he
crime,
did not.
Cruelty, racism. Did he hesitate?
No, he did not. He did not hesitate.
I saw the man stand up in one corner in Northeast America. And when the people heard he was coming to that college, an international college, I guess that's why he came. A lot of white folks, a lot of young folks. So they heard about this man, the little Zulu. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to hear. A lot of them go with a hypocritical mindset, you know. You hear me, Ratty?
Yeah, me, I hear you.
And when Desmond Tutu was done, listen, the ovation he got, boss, was an awakening for young college students.
See there?
You hear me? Because the man spoke truth, and the man spoke straight, and he stirred the conscience. Now, what we're seeing today sends a message, because the biggest thing about it, the people in wrongs are in denial. That's
true.
a sad thing.
That's true.
There will be no forward progress if you're doing wrong and you're in denial, and you're seeking cause to hide, cover, gag, remove any speculation on what you're doing. And it's a sad state. And the bad thing is that the poor suffering people fall prey all the while because hunger is used as a weapon against them.
True.
And we see it now. It's evident now, because one of the biggest, there's 3, 4, a couple of things right now. Hunger, lack of shelter,
mm-hmm.
lack of clothing, lack of, let's use the word, comforts.
Creature comforts.
And it cannot be, it should not be, it must not be that these things are used against the people.
True.
You hear me?
Yep.
If those people have any heart, but then again they don't, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm critical of certain things, and I've seen where negromancy has grabbed the whole, made a grip on Jamaica like you'd never believe.
Right.
And when you start move towards immoral doings, it will not be that you see eye to eye with a common human. You don't regard him because you think you have power over him. And you think you're so empowered that you can do what you feel like and get away with it.
Right.
So right now, we have a hope, and we need an awareness, and we need voices to speak up, to raise the plight, and keep driving away at the points that need to be addressed, Ratty. I said, because I'm going to tell you, like you know me, I've been down in a little spot there.
Right.
Right? And seen some things, and the aftermath.
Right.
The aftermath is deadlier than the happening, Ratty.
Right.
That's what I'm saying to you, because here comes desperation, out of need and the fright and the suffering, it becomes more than just a need for food, a need for shelter, a need for clothes. It becomes a mental issue. So I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we have to give thanks for those of us who don't condone the foolishness. And we have to keep using the spear and jabbing at those who are clouding the bats. Because you know what? We can't afford for Jamaica go down. You know, when I see I'm not sure how long you've been there, but when you go to Jamaica and you drive from Kingston and go to Negril, and you realize that when you get into St. Elizabeth was a very resilient little parish in Irati.
Yeah,
from the point where them not have a lot of them not have no big pretty house, but them plant peanut, them plant scallion, and send them kid go university. And when you go through there, I've been through there, buy sweet sap, you buy kidnap. These people take pride in doing them like hustling.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so peaceful. I never used to hear them people. And to see the accounts of people driving down, and when them stop, you see people them coming out of nowhere. And you cannot look at them. They don't have to open their mouth, Ratty. You look at them and you get the whole picture of what is happening. And you look at the fact that there is a slowness in approaching the plights of these people. Having been down there and seen the only difference, I'm not sure if anybody have pointed out, the only difference between this and a war in Irati is that fires are not blown out holes,
Right.
But every other aspect of the desolation is there.
Right.
Buildings, well, this worse because a lot of time some bomb drop and blow up some building, you can go in and go shelter. All of the building in a lot of places gone. A man said me a bit away, him say him have a farm on a little slope. And when hurricane done, all the dirt gone, all the dirt go, and just put him go back up and farm and just rocks him, see.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to jump off. You make some good points, and I'm glad you're calling, just keep the fire burning, and go. I'm going to jump off, go take this last call there from Fort Lauderdale. And
but keep an eye open, boss. We're in a nomination thing going because it will not be screwed.
All right, my brother.
That's what I'm saying. We need to start taking charge from every angle that makes sense.
All right. Now we'll run now. So take care. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Hello.
Congrats.
Yes, sir.
Go on, bless up.
Bless up. What you say?
There, man, Just left the club, just stop in and check in and make sure everything good.
Everything good, man.
All right, brother.
Everything
so
good.
What on there?
Mm-hmm.
A question for you.
Sure.
So now watch the video upon Vaz,
Mm-hmm.
And when him address Mark Golden and him start get when Mark Golden say him start get heated underneath him color.
Yeah, him start make it personal. Kind of say something about
red ratty.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But the boy say a thing. I mean, I talk about Vaz. The boy say a thing like him say, hey, before the man make him speech, the man tell the man a little thing like, like you have a background in our
finance or something like that.
Finance, accountant,
or business, something like that.
In a business, all right. So I'm gonna ask you as a man now, if me and you are quarrel and you tell me something like that over money, tell me what I tell you. As a real person from the streets of Jamaica, as a real hustler.
First, what I tell me. No, first, what I tell me.
Extra. It might be extra, It can't be an extra. So if it might be extra, tell me the definition of where him said that.
No, what that sometimes what people tell you, is a reflection of what them really think, And so is a reflection of themselves. And so for me, it wasn't even necessary for him to go down that road. Like the leader of the opposition said, we're talking about issues, and then all of a sudden you turn it into a personality contest. Not unnecessary, and then I talk about business. It's almost as if he must say, some people might view that as a little jealousy thing, like he must say, oh, because you make some money in a business and things like that. No, you come show off for me and therefore me I make you know say business don't have nothing to do with this. But it's not that the man that said. It's not that to me that said. You know, him ask some the questions asked were very, very pertinent questions. Like who like, was it BOJ or some other entity was going, you know, be responsible for this loan? You know, what about the interest rate? The things relating to the JPS contract, the man I ask him, you know, and instead of, and he's the minister responsible for that portfolio. So instead of him just get up and just answer the questions, them, I just said, look, I don't have all the answers right now. Next week I'll come with the answers. Instead of that, but it's a defense mechanism, you know, him try to turn it around pan him and say, well, you know, try to cast aspersions upon the man. Meanwhile, him still not answer the question. But you know, if I'm here asking the question, not to demean or disrespect the opposition leader, but if I'm here asking the question, you know, me not asking the question them way there. Me not asking the question them way there. But that's a different story for another day.
Well, let me tell you something. I can give my analysis real quick.
Yeah, man.
So, my analysis is, if me a quarrel with a man and a man tell me something like that, brother, me a real Jamaican. I'll tell you straight. A man tell me something like that, well, me I tell you when me get all tight. When me get all tight, the man I tell you, say, listen. So you have to read between the lines, you know, because these people talking parables. You gotta understand. They're trying to be intelligent. But even though they're fully done, you understand? And this is no apology taken. But you can fool certain people, but you can't fool a person that's, you know, that's knowledgeable. But anyway, when somebody said that he had not listen to me. The man tell you, say, yo, cut that just because you have a back girl or such and such. Basically, the man I tell you, say, yo, for your bread butter, you know, brother. For your bread butter long time. All me have a this. All me have a this, brother. Just allow me with my money and make me teeth it come and don't tell us that I'm going to retire 2 years from now. I like me, I tell.
That's one that's one we are looking at it. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, because you know you got plenty of views. You got 360 views on certain things. Now, listen to me now. Listen to me now. As I get to youth, I grew up from, you know, Red Hills Road. I make it happen. Just like you, look for your background, brother, we're there. You understand? The man I tell you, say, yo, for your bread butter, brother. And that's him I tell the man, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The man I tell you, say, yo, for your bread butter long time. Just allow me with this deal. Just allow me alone. You're too bad, man. And that the man I really tell him, you know.
But how much deal him? But look, him get there have been several deals with him involved in, you know. There have been several deals with him involved in.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I told you last time I called in. I tell you a long time, say I don't think Andrew Warnes have a hole underneath what's going on. There's certain people that's controlling certain things. Andrew can't say nothing about. People always I think say Andrew had this and Andrew control this and I control that. Yes, he controls certain things in the prospect and in the image. But behind the scenes, brother, believe me, Andrew's a puppet and can't move. And can't move. But all certain people say, right. If a man say, yo, send on the bread, send on the money. Believe me. But what I say do, back to Vaz. Vaz tell the man, say, yo, you have a background in accountants. Basically, people read between the lines. I tell you, say, yo, when me have, me not have nothing. Me not have no college degree.
Yeah, him say that.
Me not have,
Him say that already. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me not. You know, what him say? Me's a dog without teeth. Him don't tell you a lie.
Yeah, him actually say him not have no degree. When we talk about the bosses, him that say that him not have no degree. You know.
Okay, exactly. Me just want to make sure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to read between the lines between these people. Because them now just come out pan. Them know say they're being videoed on Parliament TV and such. They know they're being videoed. But people, you got to read between the lines. Would these people get hot underneath the collar? Just like Mark Golden said, he got hot between the collar. He couldn't hold it, bro. He couldn't hold his water. He slipped a little bit. A little drip came out of the water bucket. A little drip. But those drips, you got to analyze them decent, brother. You got to analyze those little drips because it tells you a lot about these people, man. It tells you a lot, man. There's something bigger going on between what's going with the energy pricing and whatnot. And another thing I want to say on your channel, Ratti, sorry for cutting you. But people, if you're gonna send generators and stuff like that to Jamaica, please, instead of sending the generators, send the big power battery consoles that get charged by solar panels. Okay, those are so much better. All right, I don't know the brand name. I forget the brand name of it, but they run from solar energy. And they can run a refrigerator all night long. Please look into those instead of worrying about gasoline for somebody to come gas up your generator for you to keep going. All right?
All right, brother. Well, you are. Tune in Saturday. We have more to talk about, right? And
always tune in, man.
All right, my brother. Give thanks here, sir. Just hold it down.
Give thanks to Uncle Rat.
Yeah, my brother. Yeah, man. One love. Take care. All right. All right, folks. So we'll call a good night.
All right, my brother. Give thanks.
Hello?
Just hold it down.
Hello?
Yeah, my brother. Yeah, man.
Hello?
Brother Ratty, blessing. Good night, boss.
Yeah, man. What go on? Talk to me.
I'm down. I look for you. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Let me ask you a question, and this is the question. Me know you're a strong man. Are you frustrated, Virgin?
No, man. Them thing I can't get me down, man. Because, me live by several principles of my mother bring me up on. And one of them when my mother bring me up on is where there's life, there's hope. And give up. Me I say, yeah, you get the only time, me believe that the only time you lose are when you can't get up. Too much time them lick you down and you get up, and you just have to feel in the struggle. You just have to as long as there's a chance, you can do it. But if you don't, and the other thing is that never ever discount yourself. Never ever discount yourself.
Real. So me look on the parliament thing. And what may I say that you can't ask no question. So where do Jamaica go from here? Where do Jamaica go from here? Because you can't ask no question in the parliament. Nobody can get no information.
All right.
The government thinks you don't want money. What am I wait for? I don't want the budget.
All right. Here's the first thing. The first thing in parliament, and I sense it, and I've mentioned it. So at least one parliamentarian is that somebody controls the on and off button, right? So you have to be careful what you say because I'm cut you off. And I've said to them, what they need to do is study the standing rules, study Robert's Rules of Order. And if you study that, them can't turn off the phone on you. Turn off the microphone on you, because what happens is that when you stand up, you say, point of order, Madam Speaker. And when you say, member, what is your point of order? You say, I stand on rule, blah, 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 blah. And then you go into the thing. You see, once you do that, can't turn off the mic, because unless you go look on the rule. She have to look on the rule before she can give any correction, direction, instructions, or turn off the mic. Once you say I stand on rule such and such, you have to reach to the book and say what a rule there is. So you always have to make sure so your argument them cogent, logical, concise, precise. You have to make sure how you do. And what that do, that give you automatic respect. Because when you stand, she always knows say this one you have to be careful with this one. Them turn off the mic pan you now. Them turn off the mic pan you when you don't stand pan a rule and then you start arguing and it's an emotional argument. Them can just tell us, sit down and shut up and turn off the mic pan you. But the moment you quote the rule she will have to act in accordance. And most of the times, if you go and quote a rule, she won't know it. So she will have to reach to the book and look on it and read to see where you stand on. And that's how you play the game. So you play the game.
Okay. I is a man who used to watch the British Prime Minister questioning and everything
And
like
that's-
that. Because that's one thing I love.
Right.
So, but this speaker have nothing. She don't care. She come there with one agenda. This is the agenda of them. You know, I'm going to say nothing. Remember before the hurricane reached you, the MP from St. Mary stand up asking a question, what is the plan for the mudslide and how this will go? And they shut him down. The opposition leader, as you said, this administration they don't understand that the opposition leader is a part of government.
Right.
But why is civil society and everybody is treating this thing like say why we're not dictatorship?
No, that is a very, very valid point and a good observation. Why is civil society and the communities and the church organizations, why are they so silent? That is a $1 million question. That is $1 million question. And by the way, hold on a second. And Nafrica said, Mr. Rattigan, Isa did that and she became very. You know why she became? If it's the one that I am thinking about, Isa raised a rule, but it wasn't the correct rule. And if it's the one that I'm talking about, he said to her, words to the effect that when she reached for the book, and when she reached for the book, she said, no, but that rule doesn't apply. And he said, words to the effect that, well, I had to try something, you know. So that's what it is. So it's not enough that you reach for a rule, you have to reach for the correct rule. But what ISAT did was, what he did was a couple of things. One is he made it abundantly clear that she never know the rule, right? So she had reached for the book. That's one. And then the other thing him do too.
And say, okay, after he's like school teacher, principal, I say, after class, then you come see me after class because you don't know you and different. No, I start myself and say, yes, I'm new here.
Yeah. I saw, yeah, but what he did was in the right vein. It was in the right vein, which is that you stand up on a rule. And I agree with him. But what she said to him was that the rule that he quoted did not support the position he was espousing. That's what she said. And then she went on to say some things where, you know, some people might consider derogatory. Like you just said, she said like she would teach him after. She said something like after. Yeah, that wasn't necessary. That never necessary.
Go to her modus operandi because that's the plan. You guys don't know. You guys know. She did that with Nikisha. She said it's like you guys don't know. This is their plan because the whole plan is that say when you don't have the facts, you attack everything because they didn't have no plan for Melissa. They don't have no post because we get money, but we're sitting and we're waiting for what? What are you waiting for before you disburse the gift that come in to supply you what you want to do? Instead of you get 10, you give 10 people, you want to give 5?
No, you're right. You're right. And but what I'm saying though, going back to the rule book, the standing orders. If I were in charge of the opposition, what I would do, and even the government side too, what all politicians, what all of these people in parliament should, or what they should do, they should probably have a class to teach them the standing orders, because a lot of them inside they don't know the standing orders. You teach them the standing orders, and I would become an expert at it. And you know, if you want to see an example of it, you can see it in the. I haven't watched the British Parliament lately, so I don't know what's going on.
That's the best, man. That's the best.
But the South African Parliament, I can tell you, the South African Parliament, when them get up, and maybe this Saturday I'll show a couple of clips of it. them get up and them challenge the speaker and say, no, speaker, you're wrong because rule such and such said that blah, 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 blah. And then next thing you know, you see somebody come over and start whispering in the speaker's ears.
And thanks to you, I have seen it too. And yes, because when I say British, it's kind of more sedated compared to South Africa. South Africa is, yes. Because of you, I get a look in on the South Africa entity. But yes, that's
them
true,
them no,
good
hey,
them
no ramp man. Them have a party.
The question here is, I say, to your point, even the speaker don't know the standing order rule either, because if she got to go to her book, that tell you that she don't know, because when you don't know, you can't understand on your feet and cry for anything.
Right. And say Nafrika said, Warmington said this to support his argument. You're right. He knows the standing orders. Warmington knows the standing orders. Watch him and see how him operate. Him always go to a rule.
He's the only one on that side we really care about anything else. And I don't know, because his behavior, they don't give no position. But he know the procedure, even bad, they don't know one thing.
He does. I agree with you. He does. He knows the procedure. Nobody can take that from him. You know, we people dislike him for a variety of reasons, and some of them rightfully so. Rightfully so. Right? Because the man,
I'm gonna tell you something here tonight though. You know, they have one little place in Westmoreland. They call it Paul Island. Ed Bartlett, Marlene Malafu, Ford, come from that little place. And they are the people in that neglect. That's where the ancestral womb are. And both of them, because, okay, two of them used to, the houses are front of one another, one on the side of the road and the other side of the road. And none of them reached to Westmoreland. The government. What?
Yeah.
Yes, Marlene Ed Bartlett even said they are not the MP for there. It's still Westmoreland.
Right. Yeah, you can't reach out as a Jamaican. You don't have to reach out as a parliamentarian.
But no. Well, yes, them are Jamaican, but them are where you go again? Them are love Jamaica, choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica.
Choose Jamaica. Choose Jamaica.
So, and the man said them are carry.
You know what funny, you know? This one them said choose Jamaica. Now I said, well, what's the other choice? We don't know what them are referred to when them say choose Jamaica. When them say choose Jamaica, it sounds like you have options. So I don't know. They need to tell me what the options are.
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. If you're gonna choose Jamaica, then that means boy, we want the beach to be on colleagues and friend them. So when you know gone, let us viruses can get without no, and we got Jamaica because we are not a part of we are not a part of it. We is like the Ascanta Zara. We are the drunk. We're gonna come down. You know. And when you talk to Zara again, she is the only journalist in Jamaica, and I see them they know Diane Jackson. I ask question. She and Diane Jackson, the other one them in Jamaica. Can you would they accept your question? I mean,
no, sir.
They accept your question online?
No, me I like kryptonite. You know, once them here, them get weak, them run, man. Them does because. You see, the main rule for me is you don't ask questions where you don't know the answers. And so, them know some operate.
But yeah, I got a question to ask, but this gotta be offline here.
All right.
So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna grab a call. That's the Miss Philly call me, but we will talk. And again, thanks for your support. Thanks for the phone call, and stay well. And big up the family.
Every time.
All right, my brother. Miss Philly just hang up on me. All right. Let's see.
Hello.
Good night.
Let me turn this down.
How are you?
Mr. Rattigan, good night.
Good night, good night. Say good night to your rest of your family members. I know me alone there.
You always go on with some things when me calling on Mr. Rattigan. Anyway, good night, everybody, especially to those people too in the diaspora who will be celebrating tomorrow.
No, man, it should be especially those people who are
Thanksgiving.
No. It
Good
should
night,
be
everybody.
Listen, it should be especially to those people facing hardships in the western part of Jamaica. This is how we go first. And then we can talk about we are gonna full up with belly tomorrow. Them not no food, and we are talking about them not have no food, and you want bless up people who are gonna eat a whole heap of food. Anyway, go ahead.
Good night, dear.
Bother me, bother you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To my brothers and sisters who are facing hardship right now.
Yeah.
In Jamaica.
Particularly the western part of Jamaica.
You all.
Yeah.
But keep on. Have faith. It will change. It will. You come back better than before.
All right. Talk to me now. What's going on?
You done school me now?
Talk to me. What's going on, please? Because we are going to come off. We are going to come off soon because OT did.
Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. It's so pathetic, the behavior of Douglas Vaz in Parliament. Yeah, the gentleman called in, and it was, I was just thinking about that before the gentleman called in to talk about it. In that he needs to have some decency and decorum in Parliament. It's not the first he has had that outburst in Parliament, and he keeps doing it. It doesn't look good. International media is seeing that too. And he can behave better, and he must behave better. It doesn't look good. That outburst, it was unnecessary. If the opposition asks a question, they have all the right to ask the questions, and the questions are necessary to be asked. And they are part of government, whether they believe it, yes or no. They are. And also, he could have Mr. Golden asked the question, okay? He could have just turned it into a conversation and asked the opposition then, what do we think? Or if he has any other suggestions. And so, you just start to turn the thing positive instead of just going out at the man and then into a personal, personal way. It doesn't look good, and it's only bring forceful over more the low of these people.
All right.
How low they can go.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of questions.
I remember the opposition on finance asked the question if they could know the amount of money total collected and the oldness, he did not give a straightforward answer. And I know that answer has been asked before. Even with Dana Morris, it was asked at one of their conferences. And it's the same way they go around the question, not coming straight forward to answer the question on point.
All right.
Because
let me ask you a question.
Hold on, opposition needs to know,
Miss Philly,
and Jamaica needs to know
the
amount of money that was collected in the government. Donation drive that they have.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We know you don't want me to talk. That's why you keep on talking. All right.
No, I sometimes the phone go down and you're not here. Please stop attacking me, Mr.
Well, here's a question, my
Please stop attacking
Here's
me.
a question.
Okay, sir.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right. Me know my brethren Tigo did listen and I said, here comes the uppercut. But no, I'll get a right cross and a job. All right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Something else.
No. Here's the thing.
Anyway,
is this the first time you've seen this outburst from Mr. Vaz?
No, I'm saying he does it before.
Okay. So
many
now,
times,
all right. So
would
would you say that this is a lasting part of his personality? That this is just who he is? At least when he's in Parliament. Would you say that? Okay. So then the question is not about him doing it. The question is more about how do we stop him from doing it? Yes?
This is what I'm saying. It must stop.
Yes.
It has to stop.
Okay. And which brings me to this question. What is your proposal to stop him from this despicable type of behavior in Parliament?
Well, Parliament, I don't know if there's anything in the Constitution about this, or whoever is in charge of the Parliament, do something about it. Do something about it to stop it or discipline him.
But listen, they know just as you, they're observing the same behavior. And apparently, if they've tried anything, it hasn't worked. And maybe they haven't tried anything. So
they haven't tried anything with him.
So my question to you is, what are you going to do about getting them to have them correct or have him correct his behavior?
Well, I don't even know. I would have to sit and think about that.
All right,
because I would have to approach that the way it ought to be approached. Because
all right, hold on now. You say
I have been seeing it with certain people in Parliament over and over. Warmington kind of cooled down now, but now it seems like Vaz take up where he has left off. So, I mean, I would have to look into it, see into it, ask question, how can it be done to discipline him or to have him stop having these type of outbursts in Parliament.
All right. So that's
I did not have a definite answer as you asked the question.
Think about it. And the reason why I'm trying to walk you through the stages so that you can
ahead, please.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to walk you through the stages so that you can actually think about it from a different angle. Not about the angle of him being, a recalcitrant, about him being about him misbehaving, about him saying derogatory things, but about how do you prevent him going forward from doing that, right? That's one. And you'll think about that. So the second thing is this. You said that the Prime Minister didn't answer the question, he deflected. What did you expect?
Go ahead, my phone. Go ahead, Miss. I'm charging it meanwhile I'm talking because it's down. Go ahead.
Okay. Because here's the thing. They are going to do exactly what they're doing. They're going to do it. So the question for me is, how do we prevent them? How do we get answers from them? And for me, it's a very simple procedure. And that is to ask the right questions and ask them in a manner that them have to answer you. Did you watch the piece I played earlier with Damien? Did you watch that piece?
No. You mean that? I just, to be honest, I fell asleep.
All right.
Yeah, I fell asleep in between.
Right, we are gonna leave now, so
I wake up back to realize that you're still on.
No, we are gonna do it.
I fell asleep in my coach here.
All right, I wasn't planning on.
But is it the part you're talking when he got up and was saying some things in Parliament? Is that part you're talking?
Everybody got up and say things in Parliament. What do you mean he got up and say some things? What do you mean?
In the latter part of Parliament before it closes. Is that part you're talking?
Who?
Bring me to it then.
I'm trying to find it right now.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to find it so I can play. I played it twice already, but it's worth playing, particularly if you're just joining us. It's worth playing again so that people can actually see how you should ask questions of our politicians or people that they put in charge. I don't see it here. Hold on there. OT, help me out because Kevin not there. So wait there. Tough done. Buzz. Terror long. Okay, hold on.
But the Parliament seems to have a problem with questions being asked, because Julie told us the same thing. Ask the question, and you'll be hearing all the time these type of,
Them need to jump on a rule.
Problem with them with the opposition asking questions.
No, you need to jump on a rule, man. Jump on a rule before you ask the question. And
Let me ask you something. Do you agree that sometimes in asking questions, you have to frame your argument and then you get to your question?
yeah, but there's a way you do it though, because what happens is that if you try to lay out the background, they're going to tell you get to the question. So,
right. That is why I asked a question. That is right. Exactly is why I asked. Sometimes you have to lay that out as, to why you're asking the question, or, show that, this is the reason why and then you get to your question. They don't allow them to do that. Just ask a question. I mean,
no. There are ways.
Snobbish, bad. It's snobbish.
No, there are ways that you can actually set it up so that you can ask the question. You can. Okay, here it is. You can preface the whole thing, but it's how you do it. And there's a skill, there's a technique, and there's a method. And so if you get up and you start setting the scene, and then you get to the question. And also there's something called economy of words. There are ways that you can say things in a very concise manner, where you go all over the primrose bush and come back around and things like that, where it's very succinct, where you say it and it encapsulates everything what you want to say, and in few words. And once you establish a pattern of doing that, you become known for that. And so when people see you stand up, them respect it. They start listening to what you say, because them know say this one and now go rambling all over the place, and then next thing shall tell them to sit down and shut up, or ask them question and can't answer question. But for those of you who didn't see this is exactly what we're talking about. Oh, you ask politicians questions, and for those of you who have seen it, please bear with me. We're almost finished right now, and I just want to play this because Miss Philly is one of our most loyal listeners, like all of you. And she unfortunately she wasn't around for the beginning of the program, so she didn't see this. So I'm trying to explain to her. She's seen the South African version of interrogation techniques. No, I want Miss Philly Wagwana, your host there. What's going on? Hello? Yes. We're some disturbance. I don't know what's going on there.
I'm into my massage chair.
All right.
Hold on there, please. Hold on. So it's vibrating.
No. We don't want. Listen. Are you listening?
All right,
to me?
Go ahead now. I'm hearing you now.
All right. Are you looking at the screen?
Yeah, I'm on the other phone. Go ahead.
Can you see what's going on?
Oh my gosh.
It's just yes or no. Can you see?
No, I'm not seeing it.
All right, so you listen to it then.
I'm on this phone,
So
and then I'm trying to get it on the other phone.
So you're gonna listen.
So that I will see it coming up.
So you listen, all right?
Go ahead. Yes.
All right, here we go.
Aid. Can you remind me of the number of packages that the government has distributed to this point?
I think it was 116,000.
15,000. It was indicated too that partners would have been distributing. Do you have information about that number from the partners?
Not in my notes here, but I can indicate, for example, that the World Food Kitchen was one of our stronger partners. To date, they have done just 1.3 million hot meals into various communities.
Right, but that's not packages. That would have been
that's hot meals.
Right, so they will give a daily distribution of hot meals. So if we work with the 116, you also indicated that you estimate that each package would serve about 4 people.
Yes, for 4 days.
For 4 days.
Yeah.
So with about 20 days gone, then we should have had about 5 rotations.
That is ideal.
That is ideal. So with this number, which would have indicated that if it was serving a family of 4, then at best, each family would have received 1/5 of the time, or 1/5 of the families would have received enough times. Which one is the more likely circumstance?
Repeat this for my clarity.
All right. So for the 5 periods that would have existed since the hurricane, you have distributed enough food for one per family. So if it is one per family, then they would have received 1/5 of the times that you desired. Or was it that 1/5 of the family received enough rotations?
The reality of it might be a mix of the two.
Sorry?
Because we have been back into locations to issue products.
So in that case, therefore, there would be some persons that would have been in a rotation, indicating that there might be quite a bit of persons that have not been touched by government.
The possibility could exist.
How quickly could we get that information so that we can cauterize and immediately solve that situation?
We could see to work on it just to complete this week.
Miss Philly.
Yes, I'm watching.
Okay.
Yes, I'm watching it, Mr. Rattigan.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, about the art of interrogation
He asked the question,
and
David asked the question, giving details too.
Right. So that was a combination of an interrogation and an interview. And the poor man didn't even know, and he's in charge of everything. So that's where we are. So you need now to reach out to some people in Jamaica, maybe your former MPs if they're in Parliament, or somebody new in Parliament, and ask them the same thing. Just say, hey, listen, we need to ask some questions. We need to get some answers. Maybe you can file some ATIs. Maybe you can touch base with JAMP. Maybe you can touch base with some of the other civil society groups. Maybe some of the faith-based groups, and get to the bottom of this. So, because you're talking about misbehavior in Parliament, because you feel like there's no decorum on the part of certain people. So maybe that's what you should do. And by the way, while we're at it, are you aware that they postponed the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council election?
Yes,
You're aware of that?
Mr. Rattigan, I'm aware.
Okay, all right. Just touching base with you, because I just want to make sure that you're informed.
The council goes, they are asking, I read the article, they are asking that those who are in office continue until the end of December. And say January. I am not sure they give a definite date in January, but they say in January, then something like they will resume or the voting or whatever. Yeah. But then I think you are their problem. I believe you are their problem. They're trying to get around it, or perhaps come with something more to deter you from running. Okay. I'm thinking about that. So let's see how the outcome of it will be. December will come and it must end, and they will have to choose new members.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, I'm just one person, and I'm trying to lead the charge. But if they do decide to reject my application, that's okay. That's okay. It's not the end of the world,
But what would you do if they do that? What action would you take against the council?
What action?
If there is.
What action can I take against the council? Tell me what would you suggest I do? Okay, sounds like you have an idea. What would you suggest I do if my application is rejected?
But it's your right to. It's your right to run.
Tell me, what would you want me to?
Not because of the person who you are.
No, if you're in my position, what would you do? Your application is rejected.
If I'm running, and if I should, and they come up with something that deter me from running, then somewhere or the other, I will have to find them accountable for that.
Somewhere or the other.
Somewhere or the other.
Okay, so it requires more thought.
It
requires more thought. Okay.
For doing that.
All right, no problem. Just keep in mind though that it's not an organization.
So because it's not, you could not hold them accountable.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying just keep in mind it's not a registered organization. It's a movement. That's how they describe it.
Okay.
And if it's a movement, it would there's certain things attached to that. One is that it's there for a limited purpose. 2, it's there for a limited time. 3, it's not a formal organization, and therefore you probably would have some problems if you're saying, well, I'm going to sue them, and and also remember, if it's a movement, they won't have an appeals process. So I'm just saying all this to you, and I hope you understand that I'm just as I joke you, because here's what happened. They say that they're a movement, but then they act like an organization. They have terms of reference.
Because if it's a movement, they shouldn't be responsible for the diaspora.
Yeah, they say that it's a movement.
That is acting. No, it's under pretense. It's under pretense.
All right.
That's it. They're acting like an organization.
All right. So, but you can't. It's difficult then to go and say you're going to sue them, because who you going to sue? It's not registered. They're gonna say it's voluntary, and so you're gonna have some problems. But those problems are not insurmountable. They're not problems that will forever and permanently bar you from getting relief. There are other ways. I won't mention them because we won't tell people. We tell them what we want them to know. But there are things that we can do, very effective things too. So we'll leave it at that.
That's why I say somewhere or the other. Somewhere or the other.
But just so people know,
can be done about it.
Just so all of your family members, just so you know, they said that it is a movement. It is not an organization. But when you look at the structure, when you look at the mandate, when you look at the operations, it's everything that speaks to an organization. So they're just saying this, but when you look
You're
at
correct,
it,
Mr. Rattigan.
yeah, but when you look at it, you go, no, this is an organization.
So
this is not a
let me
movement.
ask this question. Okay.
Yeah, for hurry, no time I run out.
Say for words, then you happen to run and you win.
Mm-hmm.
What change would you have brought to it to say, okay, would you register it as an organization?
It's registered already, It was registered last year or the year before as an organization, In fact, it's still registered. For those of you who don't know, it's still registered with the IRS as an organization. It still is. So, but to be more specific, the first thing is that you want to get rid of the government for this thing. So, yeah, it's run by the government. I would go in and I would just say, hey, you know what? First thing we have to do, we have to get rid of this, get rid of the government influence and leadership and all that. Get rid of the government off of this and let it be a true diaspora organization, a standalone organization. We will interact with the government as we see fit, not when they say that we should interact with them. And that's just one of the things.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that later. So you're up now. We're going to run, Miss Philly. So OT.
Places to go with it, and I think they are looking into it and knowing who you are, and with the eager eye, then I think something is happening that they know, and perhaps they are trying to fix it or something. But yeah, some reason, which right now we can't say. But let's see how it will play out in going on.
All right, Miss Philly, when you came on, you sent out greetings to the people celebrating Thanksgiving. One of the groups you sent out a message to, and what they're gonna be eating tomorrow. And I just want to say to you, don't eat too much, and we thank you for the support, and we look forward to the engagement this Saturday. So take care.
No, I never normally with some of the American type of eating.
Okay.
No matter what, I eat Jamaican. And today I went to the Jamaican store and buy the things I need. I don't eat American.
All right.
And I never normally overeat and indulge too much.
All right.
No.
And look, family members, ladies and gentlemen,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan.
Big up yourself.
Bye,
Big up
everybody.
yourself. Big
Have
up
a
yourself.
pleasant morning.
Yeah.
It's almost 12
Yeah.
o'clock. Have a
All
pleasant
right.
morning.
Okay.
And you take
Yeah.
care of what, girl.
All right, and bye-bye. Yeah, people, listen. Saturday. Wanna have to tune in because Saturday the university classes start promptly at 3 p.m. New York time, 3 p.m. Jamaica time. And we have a lot to talk about. We'll dig a little bit deeper into this JPS issue. And then, of course, we're going to talk about the Prime Minister and some things facing him as far as the court case is coming up. And then we also I wanna use the Market Me case. We're going to look at, we were supposed to do it last week, but we ran out of time. We're going to look at 2 contracts. We're going to look at how these 2 people met, the Minister Tufton and his friend, and we're going to look at whether or not there was conflict of interest and whether or not there were violations, breaches of the law. And we're going to use 2 other contracts and show you what is likely to happen and may start already. So we have to start holding these people accountable now. We need to make them know. And I need all of you to tune in so that you can go out. Once you've received this education, you can go out and spread the word and talk to people and let the government, let the officials know that we are watching and we know the type of contracts and we know how you can manipulate those contracts and get money that you shouldn't get, money that truly belongs to the people. We're going to hold them accountable. So until then, you take care. Be well. Big up on yourself.
For the people every day, defending your rights. I saw him stay.